Teszt, teszt, 1, 2, 3. Teszt, 1, 2, 3. Teszt, 1, 2, 3.
Működik. Van benne hang.
Teszt, 1, 2, 3.
Köszönjük szépen!
Működik? Király.
De jó. De jó. Na most hívnak meg.
Kalapácsolhatok?
Egy South Korea plakárt hiányzik, azt fel tudjátok hozni kérlek? Állítólag nem hozzánk most ide jöttek a delegáltak, nem tudjuk, mert már itt ülünk kint. De elkezdjük, mert be fogunk csúszni nagyon. South Korea. És a Venezuela is hiányzott, de azért állítólag az Ivi lement. Vagy nem tudom, hogy ő most lent van vagy nem. Jó, oké, hello. Na. Roll tudod írni azt, hogy melyik országok hiányoznak? Annyit kéne. Tehát 33.
De akkor mondjad
ide
te.
azokat majd írni.
Akkor viszont mondja te a
Jó.
roll call-t.
Oké, az egészet? Jó.
Aha.
De akkor viszont te mondd, hogy how shall I come
Jó.
to order. És de várj, itt van, tesó. Itt van ez. Jó, ebből vagy ezt most tudni fogod. Oké. Csak mondjad, hogy roll call-al kezdem.
Right, delegates, thank you for joining. The House shall now come to order, and we'll start our last General Assembly here with a roll call, which will be led by the PGA.
So, all those delegations who are present at the General Assembly of BIMUN shall raise their placards high when asked to do so. So, first of all, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Commonwealth of Australia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Federal Republic of Germany, Federative Republic of Brazil, French Republic, Hellenic Republic, Hungary, Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Italian Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Spain, People's Republic of Bangladesh, People's Republic of China, Republic of India, Republic of Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Republic of Poland, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Turkey, Russian Federation, State of Israel, State of Israel, State of Libya, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America.
So that means that the quorum is set at 15, and the simple majority will be... So the simple majority will be 15, and the quorum is set at 15. Thank you.
With that, we will move on to the debates of the resolution. Each committee shall present and read out their resolution with the main submitter as the committee's representative. Each main submitter will have 3 minutes to deliver a speech and request POIs if they deem to do so. The amount of POIs are going to be restricted, respecting the time that is left for each committee. Each committee will have about 40-45 minutes for presenting their resolution and then voting on it on the General Assembly. Amendments are not going to be in order for the resolutions, though each and every nation can ask POIs and, if they deem to do so, hold speeches on the specific resolution.
And in this General Assembly, we will start with the resolution of the UNESCO, the United Nations Educational and Scientific Council. So we would like to ask the main submitter, the Republic of India, to come to the floor and read out the resolution, and after that deliver their speech about it. Thank you.
Recognizing the weight of the issue concerning the preservation of cultural heritage and diversity and the need to fight for this cause. Noting with deep concern the historical background of the destruction of certain cultures and deportation of valuable artifacts, specifically concerning the colonial era. Emphasizing the importance of education about each nation's own history and culture to future generations in order to protect thousand-year-old traditions. Expressing its appreciation to certain policies implemented by international law, which help uphold the cultural heritage of all mankind, as well as the important steps taken in the Hague Convention and the 1995 UNEP Convention, as well as the Rome Statute. Proposes each nation to spread their heritage onto further generations by the means of implementing cultural civilization into school curriculum, creating programs and opportunities for families to get in touch with their own ancestors and how they lived, popularizing this topic with adults, especially parents, and explaining the need for them to open their children's eyes to the issue. Targets the educational programs at multiple demographics, in schools as part of the curriculum to educate children on cultural heritage, through public awareness campaigns in media and online platforms for adults, allocates funding from the regular budget of UNESCO for the initial development of these programs, supplemented by voluntary contributions from member states and private sector partnerships. Encourages member states to adapt and implement these programs at the national level, tailored to their specific cultural context and educational systems. Invites non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and civil society to participate in the creation and dissemination of educational materials and programs, USA. Recommends further expanding repatriation efforts by means such as, but not limited to, ensuring that laws and regulations supporting this cause on national and international levels are enforced and upheld, exchanges and agreements made between institutions, for example, galleries or museums, and the governments of nations whose culture is affected, such as loans of certain objects for temporary exhibitions, the return of key artifacts in exchange for other items. Creating international databases accessible to all nations documenting artifacts and their owners, hereby creating reliable evidence to determine the rightful ownership of them, controlling and limiting black market exchanges of such items, making it possible for universities or research groups to safely access such artifacts for educational purposes and guarantee the safe return of them. Establish international task forces dedicated to addressing repatriation issues with the duty of bringing together experts from various fields, including archaeology, law enforcement, diplomacy, and cultural heritage management in order to develop innovative strategies and practices for repatriation efforts. Establishment of voluntary international fund to be administered by UNESCO for the purpose of financing the repatriation of stolen artifacts to their countries of origin, providing financial assistance for provenance research and supporting the rehabilitation of cultural heritage sites affected by theft and looting. Requests countries to respect and protect heritage sites and monuments of their own and other nations' culture, equally by the means of bearing high cultural value, also in distinct cases, responsible for global repatriation that would investigate the cooperating countries and categorize them based on how securely they can preserve historical artifacts and how stable the given region is. Classify the artifacts, which would be based on how fragile the given artifact is and what the environmental needs it has. Decide whether repatriation should be in place. If the decision is favorable, then an agreement would be mediated between the involved parties in which a mandatory clause would be set, which would obligate the receiving country to guarantee access to the artifacts for the historian community. An option would be set that would allow the repatriating party to make a copy of the given object. Determine who will execute the transfer of the given historical artifact. Form so-called escape plans that would ensure the safe rescue of the artifacts in cases of emergency. Be each year given an agreed upon amount of money by the IMF. Suggests all states present to require inventory documentation via the means of ensuring coherence and consistency in efforts to preserve and promote access to museum collections by conducting monthly records from the establishments holding exhibitions too, rewarding by funds the institution to support their growth if the report is supplied in the designated time, further raising legislations to mandatorily obtain the documents consisting of the state of the supplies by integrating the heritage protection frameworks, recommending the construction of a publicly accessible itemization with the usage of the internet, establishing international task forces dedicated to addressing repatriation issues with the duty of bringing together experts from various fields, including archaeology, law enforcement, diplomacy, and cultural heritage management, in order to develop innovative strategies and practices for repatriation efforts, establishing centers for documents and records of a country's cultural heritage, such as a collection of scientific reports, maps, and photographs of buildings, registering trafficked, illicitly exported or imported, stolen, or illicitly excavated and dealt in cultural property. Calls upon the former colonizer powers to assist in training new conservators in developing countries with an emphasis on those that have been affected by colonization, implement comprehensive risk management strategies to mitigate potential hazards and threats to cultural heritage, proving better measures of museums in developing countries to expand opportunities to educate populations culturally, expresses its appreciation for the Heritage Emergency Fund of the UNESCO and the International Fund for the Protection of Endangered Cultural Heritage in Armed Conflict and other initiatives in this regard, and encourages member states to provide financial contributions to support preventative and emergency operations through documentation of their cultural property in a network of safe havens in their territories to protect their property, fight against illicit trafficking in the cultural property, and support all appropriate efforts for the recovery of cultural heritage. Encourages all nations to acknowledge the fact that trade agreements made by the use of force are not meant to be considered an acceptable or fair justification for upholding the validity of the outcome of such agreements. Calls upon all nations to engage in discussions and cooperate with affected nations, museums, and cultural public institutions to identify and repatriate stolen artifacts ethically and responsibly. Recommends a prescription period must be defined on stolen artifacts, which would be a century. Proposes a diplomatic collaboration between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of India regarding the cultural artifacts discovered in the Sino-Indian region in order to share the artifacts as they are just as representative for both cultures. The artifacts will be transferred between the two countries every 6 months and will be placed in temporary exhibitions. The two countries consider this a start in resolving the conflict in the area and hope to achieve significant progress on the matter in the foreseeable future. Also create a board consisting of members of both countries and representatives of affected museums to control this process. Request nations to prioritize the enhancement of security measures in their museums to lower the risk of theft or illicit acquisition of the irreplaceable artifacts, to ensure that they can be exhibited securely and protected from the threat of stealing by measures such as implementing advanced security systems funded by the UN, applying strict rules and high supervision to who can access the objects, employing security personnel to monitor the items. Supports the establishment of an international committee for the repatriation of cultural properties, ICRCP, under the auspices of UNESCO, comprising historians and curators with expertise in cultural heritage, legal experts specializing in international law and restitution, representatives of countries with significant claims to lost artifacts, ethicists to address moral considerations in the repatriation process, Additional experts such as experienced historians and archaeologists to assist in the decision-making process, ensuring the historical accuracy and cultural significance of artifacts are considered. Mandates the ICRCP to draft a comprehensive legal framework, ensuring the involvement of member states through a consultative drafting process, the integration of existing conventions and recommendations on cultural property restitution, the consideration of the unique circumstances surrounding each claim, incorporation of a procedure for submitting claims for the ownership of historic items with clear guidelines and criteria. Proposes the adoption of the legal framework as an international convention subject to the ratification by UNESCO member states too, encourage widespread adoption and implementation, facilitate a standardized approach to repatriation, ensure the framework's legitimacy and enforceability, establish a United Nations organ tasked with deciding the legitimacy of claims submitted to it concerning the rightful ownership of cultural artifacts. Implement a monitoring and review mechanism to track member states' adherence to the convention, assess the effectiveness of the repatriation process, provide guidance and support for a continuous improvement. Encourages member states to incorporate the principles of the convention into national legislation, promoting uniformity in the treatment of repatriation claims, cooperation between states in resolving disputes, accountability for the protection and return of cultural properties, the creation of a national framework with the collaboration of member nations concerned with the issue, which is eligible to be accepted as national law of impacted member nations, suggest the adoption of a law doubling the fine for trafficking of cultural artifacts, proposes the empowering of local communities and indigenous groups to play a more active role in repatriation efforts by involving community leaders, cultural experts, and grassroots organizations in decision-making processes and negotiations, ensuring that their voices and perspectives are heard and respected. Implementing community-led research initiatives to create comprehensive inventories of cultural artifacts and resources, providing legal assistance, advocacy, supporting the representation to those seeking to reclaim stolen artifacts through legal means, and collaborating with legal experts, human rights organizations, and indigenous rights advocates to navigate complex legal frameworks, file restitution claims, and challenge barriers to repatriation, ensuring that communities have access to justice and due process. Calls upon Iran to take the cultural significance of Israel into consideration before making irreversible damage to the cradle of Christianity and center of the Jewish culture. Proposes a collaboration between Indonesia and Venezuela to promote each other's cultures in schools, to share their knowledge and their cultural artifacts. Those collaborations should be done with the help of UNESCO's funding to transport the cultural artifacts and help educational institutions to educate young people of each other's cultures. Encourages member states to put funds into the following causes: restoration of cultural sites, turning them into tourist attractions or pilgrimage sites in order to popularize them, founding museums where more information on the historical and cultural background can be spread to those interested, establishing centers for documents and records of a country's cultural heritage, such as a collection of scientific reports, maps, and photographs of buildings, the financing of the repatriation of stolen artifacts to their countries of origin, providing financial assistance for provenance research, and supporting the rehabilitation of cultural heritage sites affected by theft and looting. The support of preventative and emergency operations through documentation of their cultural property in a network of safe havens in their own territory to protect their property, fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property, and support all appropriate efforts for the recovery of cultural heritage. Giving out scholarships and all the materials necessary for foreign archaeologists and students to help them pursue history and archaeology studies in nations that were formerly colonizer powers. Purchasing back artifacts and items that possess significant cultural, symbolic, and historical values to member states, utilizing art historians to ascertain the cultural origin of a specific auctioned item and corresponding nation entitled to a preemption right. The organization facilitates an opportunity for financially robust states to pool domestic funds to acquire the artifacts presented at auction. For disadvantaged countries, the funds are provided upon application. Encourages every member state to contribute to education for attendance of both public and private establishments by virtues of educating professional archaeologists regarding the recognition of the indigenous heritages, taking proper care of the found cultural heritages, informing about the programs in the individual institutions, and providing guidance in regard to participation in international projects, arranging repatriation by the institute itself if needed, endorses raising public awareness about cultural heritage by every member state by establishing international touring exhibitions in order for people all around the world to have the opportunity to visit the collections and learn about their history and culture, introducing educational programs within aimed at conducting school excursions to museum exhibitions, promoting seminars held by experts in the field, organizing conventions about looted artifacts from the colonial era that people can attend and exchange perspectives and opinions, seeks to establish further mass media productions, including subsidize NGOs in creating an international magazine with monthly issues distributed in countries who express their desire to, foster initiatives such as programs which promote information about international cultural exchange at a global scale, airing TV programs and shows about the preservation of cultural heritage, encourages to remain actively seized in the matter.
Please give your speech about the whole resolution.
Speaking time is set to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable President of the General Assembly, Deputy President of the General Assembly, fellow delegates, dear staff members, hardworking press, ladies and gentlemen. We take great pride in our tremendously rich and diversified Indian cultural heritage, which spans through thousands of years and encompasses a wide range of faiths, dialects, traditions, arts, and rituals. It is evidence of the rich past of our cherished nation, which continues to influence and uplift the people of our country today. Many steps have been done to protect our sacred past, but our government still has a long way to go before they completely safeguard this preservation process and complete the return of stolen artifacts to their rightful owners. Our government has recognized the value of conserving our enduring and rich cultural legacy, driven by the vision of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. During the past few days, we were faced with a crucial problem aimed at preserving cultural heritage and addressing the issue of stolen artifacts. The proposal before us calls for the concerted international action to ethically and responsibly repatriate stolen artifacts, ensure the security of cultural institutions, and empower local communities in these efforts. Firstly, since having voted on our resolution in the UNESCO, and it having passed, it is safe to say that the committee urges all nations to engage in discussions and cooperate with affected nations, museums, and cultural institutions to identify and repatriate stolen artifacts. We emphasize the need for a defined prescription period for stolen artifacts and diplomatic collaboration between countries, for example, the PRC and India regarding artifacts in the Sino-Indian region. Furthermore, we recommended enhancing security measures in museums, establishing an international committee called the ICRCP under the UNESCO, and adopting a comprehensive legal framework for repatriation. Moreover, our resolution emphasizes the importance of empowering local communities and indigenous groups in repatriation efforts. It promotes cultural exchange between nations, and it invests in education and awareness programs. In addressing the crisis clauses, which we have not read out yet, we have proposed the establishment of an international task force. In conclusion, our resolution represents a significant step towards preserving cultural heritage and fostering international cooperation. We strongly urge all delegates to support us.
Delegate, please conclude your speech.
Yes. And work together towards its implementation for the improvement of our shared cultural legacy. Thank you for your time, and we are open to any and all POIs.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. PRC, you have been recognized.
We thank the delegate for their speech. We were just wondering, could the delegate please specify the prescription period and what it means from operative clause number 12, seeing as it is rather vague and we do not understand the purpose?
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. Absolutely. We have had many discussions in our community about this specific issue, and it was actually, if we recall correctly, the Delegate of Japan's idea, and we believe it was a good one. So we believe that we have set this time period to a century, and what this means exactly is that there should be a time period of after which we have to deal with this issue differently. So we have set this time to a century. So after, if an artifact is more than a century old, we cannot specifically determine whether this repatriation efforts should go to specific countries. So this actually just means that we should set a time period to specify after how old this artifact should be, in order to actually gain accurate knowledge to which country they belong to. We hope that answered the delegate's question.
We thank the delegate.
Thank you. Is the delegate open to more POIs?
Absolutely.
Is there one more point of information in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for your speech and resolution, delegate. The delegate of the DPRK wonders what would happen to the environment of this certain area if it transforms into a tourist attraction or a pilgrimage, as many tourists, when they're in such places, they don't really abide and they don't really protect the nature. So having so many people there at one place could cause more irreparable damage to the place the delegate is trying to protect.
Thank you for the question and raising this concern and opening our eye to this issue. We believe that if we take certain security measures and we restrict the number of tourists that can go to the place, for example, in the Vatican, how many people can go into the Basilica, we can actually prevent this, but thank you for raising this concern.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Please yield the floor back to the presidency.
Can we yield the floor to another delegate?
That is possible, yes.
We would like to yield the floor to the delegate of the PRC. Thank you.
Thank you. PRC, you have been recognized. Please approach the floor.
Speaking time will be limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you for the recognition. Esteemed Secretariat, distinguished Presidency, honorable chairs, fellow delegates, lovely members of the staff and press, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that international cooperation is the key to evolution, prosperity, and ultimately worldwide peace. Our resolution stands for honesty, responsibility, and integrity. Therefore, we believe that by implementing initiatives such as transnational cooperation agreements, heightening government transparency, and fostering educational programs, we can create a society mindset where people aspire to thrive together. Today, we are faced with a critical challenge that strikes at the core of our shared humanity: the preservation of cultural heritage and the urgent need to repatriate stolen artifacts, particularly those unjustly acquired during the colonial era. As the co-submitter of this resolution, we urge you to consider the gravity of the situation we are facing and vote in favor of our proposed operative clauses, which offer comprehensive solutions aimed at tackling this multifaceted issue head-on. Throughout history, colonial powers have plundered invaluable artifacts, robbing nations of their heritage and identity. Now we stand at a pivotal moment where we have the opportunity and the responsibility to right these wrongs and safeguard our collective cultural legacy for future generations. We vouch for the integration of cultural education into school curriculums, fostering public awareness about the importance of preserving cultural diversity, as well as expanding repatriation efforts through enforcing laws and regulations. Furthermore, we advocate for the establishment of an international repatriation organization to mediate repatriation agreements and ensure the safe transfer of artifacts. Let us reaffirm our commitment to the preservation of cultural heritage as a cornerstone of human civilization. By uniting our efforts and working together in solidarity, we can ensure that stolen artifacts are returned to their rightful owners and that the rich tapestry of human culture continues to inspire and enrich us all, which is why we urge all the delegates to support these operative clauses for the betterment of our global community. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to POIs?
No.
Then we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Is there one speech against this this resolution as a whole? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing none, we would like to ask the General Assembly if there is one more speech in favor or against this resolution as a whole. Please raise your placards high now. Russian Federation, you have been recognized. Speaking time is set at 2 minutes.
Thank you for the recognition. Dear members of the presidency, dear delegates, dear guests. We believe that we have created a resolution which will have a great impact on the preservation of culture and which will ensure the generations their knowledge about their own and even other cultures. We hope that in the future, the repatriation of cultural items will be ensured and that no such nation, no matter how much power they think they have, will go against these agreements in the future. We would also like to point out that we hope that by implementing Operative Clause 6, Subclause C, II, which states an option would be set that would allow the repatriating party to make a copy of the given object, will make the British Museum finally discontinue their actions concerning repatriation. We believe that by raising awareness to education about culture and by creating international collaborations, we can greatly affect the future of every nation's culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to POIs?
Yes.
Are there 2 points of information in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing none, we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency. And with that, we'll move into the voting procedure regarding the resolution of the United Nations Educational and Scientific Council. Now, we would like to ask all delegates to raise their placards when we say now and hold them there until we tell you to lower them so that we can count them effectively. Please, all those delegations wishing to vote in favor of this resolution, please raise your placards high now. Thank you. Lower them. All those against, please raise your placards high now. Interesting. Lower them. Any abstentions? Thank you. Lower them. With an overwhelming majority, 25 votes in favor, 1 against, and 3 abstentions, Yes. That will be in order. Delegate of Iran, please stand up and explain your vote.
Thanks for the recognition. We believe that there are such very important clauses in this resolution. However, we are having some issues with clauses such as the 17th clause that mentions Iran. So we consider that it is not a bad resolution. However, we disagree with some aspects.
Thank you, Delegate. Please refrain from using personal pronouns in next time. So with an overwhelming majority, this resolution passes, and clapping is now in order. And we'll move towards the DISAC committee now.
So the main submitter of the DISAC committee shall come and, yes, delegate, rise and state your point. Could the delegate please speak into the microphone?
As there have been some organization difficulties, could the DISAC committee be moved further in the order?
Yes, that will be in order.
Thank you.
Then we'll continue with the United Nations Environmental Programme. And we would like to ask the main submitter, the delegation of Italy, to please approach the floor and deliver their speech. Firstly, the presidency, please. Please approach the presidency, delegate. Thank you.
Agreeing on the global emerging threat of marine debris and pollution, recognizing the inefficient global governance, seeking the strengthening of coordination and knowledge, viewing with appreciation the drivers, pressures, state impact response framework as a conceptual underpinning to enable a system-based analytical approach, as it provides a globally recognized and scientifically credible framework through which interconnected elements of a complex system can be meaningfully interpreted and in part to provide consistency with other international
Delegates order in the House.
Resource panel reports, the majority of which also use the DPSIR framework, declaring that migration is a significant contributor to increasing population and urbanization in the coastal zone, particularly cities, which contribute to urban expansion and the development of coastal infrastructure. Considering increased personal wealth and the resulting rise in living standards have pushed up consumption of energy, food, and luxury goods, the expansion of these sectors, driven by higher personal wealth, will increase the pressures on coastal resources and the marine environment. The United Nations Environment Programme advises the establishment of strong conservation policies and marine protected areas to act as refuges for vulnerable ecosystems and species, which should be effectively managed with regard to science that will include research, monitoring, enforcement mechanisms, and would firstly be ensured in developing countries and where the level of threats is the highest. All official tasks must be documented. Supports the advancement and application of science-driven fisheries management plans, including the reduction of bycatch, implementation of quotas, limiting IUU, illegal, unreported, or unregulated activities. Encourages countries to unite in RFMOs, regional fisheries management organizations, to ensure the effective management of shared fish stocks, make sure that fishing activities do not cause significant adverse impacts on biodiversity and marine ecosystems. Enhance collaboration between countries with fishing interests in a given geographical area and also be accessed by countries whose fleets have been traditionally fishing in these areas and are interested in participating in these fisheries. Introduces a plastic tax on the consumption of manufactured single-use items that charges 45 cents per kilogram of plastic subject and where the taxable persons are if the product is manufactured and sold in the same country, the manufacturer and the consumer. If the product is imported from another country, the operator making the import or intra-community acquisition, and the supplier in case of sales to private individuals. Suggest the promotion of recycling on national levels from UN funds with media campaigns and advertisement of the issue, billboards featuring data about pollution of waters and other natural habitats, tips to avoid single-use plastics, and workshops in which people could learn more about sustainability and climate change. Advises the creation of a sustainable waste management infrastructure that relies on the waste management hierarchy, a system that focuses on reduction, avoidance, reuse, recycling, energy recovery, and treatment of disposal, aims to prioritize actions for the most efficient use of resources, places renewable and less wasteful practices at the top of the pyramid. Calls upon member states to actively engage in diplomatic efforts to facilitate the establishment of comprehensive frameworks to tackle the root causes of marine pollution by developing multilateral agreements to regulate and reduce the discharge of pollution into the waters, implementing joint research and monitoring programs to assess the extent and impact of marine pollution, facilitating data sharing and scientific collaboration. Emphasizes the need to support developing countries' efforts in addressing marine pollution and building capacity for sustainable management of marine resources by providing technical assistance with international organizations, giving financial aid. Calls upon member states to incorporate climate change considerations into fisheries management policies and practices. Encourages establishing and maintaining a comprehensive system of financial incentives to promote the use, production, and purchase of electric vehicles in the countries of the European Union, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United States of America, Canada, Israel, and Australia. Calls upon all nations to ratify UNCLOC within the next few years in order to have a commonly agreed platform for further negotiations regarding the topic of marine biodiversity, create peace and security in marine areas, especially in the East Mediterranean Sea and South China Sea. Strongly recommends making waste separation mandatory for all nations. Suggests implementing more renewable energy to reduce greenhouse gases and CO2 emissions to prevent global warming, in turn harming fish ecosystems and challenging them with the climate to find a suitable area for living. Prevent other gases from taking the oxygen levels in the air and in water. Improve the technology of current renewable energy sources. Recommends member states to implement comprehensive national action plans to address the root causes of marine pollution, including the development of strategies to reduce single-use plastics, promote recycling and waste management infrastructure, and incentivize the use of environmentally sustainable materials in packaging and consumer goods. Suggests the subsidization of companies producing and using recyclable plastic to fight plastic in the ocean. Recommends all member states to make fishing more sustainable by creating or expanding marine protected areas to keep species in specific regions safe, implementing quotas to prevent overfishing of species, to prevent extinction of species at a risk of extinction and to decrease damage in the ecosystems of marine life, improving enforcement and implementation of laws that protect marine biodiversity, encourages countries to prohibit the sale of single-use plastic bottles at school buffets, instead creating free water points in schools and office workspaces, and demanding the use of reusable water bottles from the students. Calls for action to be taken aiming to prevent and mitigate water pollution, which is caused by water temperatures rising due to climate change, killing water-dwelling animals, unrefined sewage systems, materials that are dumped into the water, such as but not limited to industrial waste, oil leaks, radioactive waste, and plastics. Further requests member states to enhance public awareness and education campaigns on the importance of marine biodiversity conservation, including the promotion of citizen science initiatives, ecotourism, and sustainable seafood consumption practices to foster a culture of environmental stewardship. Encourages member states who haven't signed the BBNJ agreement to agree to it, as it promotes equal participation to address the uneven capacity to participate in and benefit from activities in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Making vital contributions to addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Its effective implementation, as it will be key to reaching the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Suggests member states to ratify and fully implement relevant international agreements aimed at protecting marine biodiversity, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, or shortly CITES. Suggest the government to work closely and in sync with non-profit establishment, private persons, local authorities, colleges, universities, and business companies for joint efforts, consequently making them access greater financial funds and manpower, especially to fight invasive species vehemently. Encourages the planting of vegetation with the approval of trustworthy vegetation professionals to avoid disturbing the ecosystem, respecting ecosystem boundaries to trap CO2. Calls for the development and implementation of adaptation strategies to reduce the impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems, including measures to address habitat loss and species migration. Calls upon member states to support the establishment of marine protected areas in areas beyond national jurisdiction, shortly ABNGs, including the high seas and deep sea habitats, through the implementation of legally binding instruments under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and other relevant international agreements. Request that territories participating in the Israel-Palestine conflict refrain from the sinking of ships and causing unnecessary harm to infrastructure. Suggest member states to support the establishment of marine genetic resource sharing agreements to ensure equitable access to marine biodiversity for scientific research and biotechnical innovation, while respecting the rights of indigenous and local communities over traditional knowledge and genetic resources. Calls for increasing financing of security of the oil trades and avoiding oil spills that can destroy big portions of ocean environment. Suggests all member states support the Joint Analytical Cell, an initiative aimed at combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Suggests member nations to offer funds in correlation with their GDP to a non-governmental organization or organizations of their choice which works on climate change. Encourages nations to acknowledge the critical importance of having a secure supply of energy in order to combat climate change more efficiently by them being able to focus even more on completely renewable sources of energy, such potential supplies for Middle Europe, including but not being limited to the EastMed pipeline, reserves in Greek waters, which cannot be part of Turkish territories, such as those near the island of Crete, are located where marine ecosystems suffer minimal harm when resources are extracted. Encourages member states to inform the masses on what they could do to help biodiversity by making workshops to educate people on what they can do to help, showing our work through reports, news, and the improvements that we can show that there is hope, supporting standalone projects that appear as helpful to the marine life by which people's needs would be taken notice of and directly supported. Suggests the establishment of an international war protocol which would request all countries to use less harmful weapons while conducting military operations in order to protect the environment, include the construction of a list of forbidden weapons which have devastating effects on the environment and bring harm to the entire world, prevent the release of dangerous chemicals during military operations that later on are absorbed by water ecosystems. Recommends the establishment of an organization of legal specialists and ecologists that provides legal framework for developing countries, assisting them in the implementation of ideas being formulated into a legal system, affirms the significance of having symposiums in all UN countries in order to raise awareness to marine protected areas, emphasizes the importance of strengthening developing countries' capacity for scientific research and their ability to ensure good governance of marine areas by opening funds that are to be filled by more developed countries, which are willing to support developing nations in their efforts to protect our marine biodiversity, and suggests restoring degraded habitats such as coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds in order to revitalize ecosystems, support biodiversity, provide aid to the areas most affected by overexploitation, disease, climate change, and habitat loss, such as China, the Western Ghats of India, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Honorable Presidency, esteemed delegates, dear guests, and lovely staff. For the past few days, we have discussed an urgent and important matter, protecting and restoring marine biodiversity. For the Italian Republic, this topic is moderately important, as our country is surrounded by waters and our culture is rich with coastal heritage. It is no secret that human activities such as overfishing, pollution, and rising temperatures have been rapidly destroying marine ecosystems, leaving us with the question, when will it be too late? With this resolution, hopefully not too soon. All the countries at the United Nations Environment Programme have been working tirelessly, always expanding the resolution with new ideas and solutions. We have proven that diplomacy, negotiation, and collaboration, we are able to make a difference and achieve the goals we set for ourselves. This resolution includes several measures to tackle the problem, viewing it from different perspectives, therefore providing solutions for all aspects. From reducing the causes causes with a plastic tax, creating a good waste management infrastructure and working with the local authorities and indigenous people. To further expand the forums for negotiation with including the signing of agreements such as the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the High Seas Treaty and so on. It also includes a legal framework for sustainable fishing activities and restoration plans for areas that have been destroyed or damaged. We hope that by accepting this resolution, we can take these crucial measures and have diverse and blooming waters again. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information in the House?
Yes.
If there are any, please raise your placards high now. Delegate of DPRK, followed by the delegate of Turkey, followed by the Russian Federation, followed by the United States of America. Delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for your lovely speech, Delegate. We were just wondering, the delegate mentioned in the resolution many times recycling and how important it is to recycle. But how would the delegate ensure that the recycled, that the products put in the recycling bins that are put there, that they would actually be recycled? Because statistically, about less than 50% of the waste is actually recycled.
Thank you for the question. We suggested creating a good infrastructure for dealing with waste, and therefore ensuring that most of the pollution is recycled.
Thank you. Delegate of Turkey. Yes, Delegate, rise and state your point.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Rise and state your point.
How to submit amendments to the General Assembly.
Thank you, Delegate. Amendments are not in order. The delegations had time to amend the resolution for the past 2-3 days. Thus, there's not going to be amendments in the General Assembly. Thank you.
Motion for follow-up.
Yes.
In the rules of procedure of the 2024 session, it states that amendments are in order in the session of the General Assembly.
Thank you for the notice. The rules of procedure also states that the presidency can overrule the rules of procedure due to time constraints and due to the current situation. But thank you for the idea.
Thank you for your answers.
So, Delegate of Turkey, if you have a point of information, you're recognized. Then Russia, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for that mouth-watering speech, Delegate. We'd just like to ask that in Operative Clause 33, it states that the weapons that can be used during military operations will be limited. However, we'd just like to ask two questions. Who will determine what weapons can be used, and will this also apply to special military operations?
Yes. We believe that weapons are not, the use of weapons is not in the topic of the United Nations Environment Programme, but we were just trying to suggest to consider using none of these harmful weapons in wars and special military operations.
Thank you.
Thank you. United States of America, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition and the lovely speech. We would only like to ask the delegate to elaborate on why in operative clause number 4 the currency is in euros when the budget of organizations of the United Nations is in dollars.
Since the currency of Italy is in euros, we thought that this is also acceptable currency.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The delegate of Turkey has also raised a point of information. Is that still standing? Does the delegate of Turkey would like to raise a point of information? Then, Delegate of Turkey, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, and thank you for the fine speech, Delegate. Does the delegate think that it is reasonable for countries in the midst of war to pay attention to the destruction occurred on the environment, as it is written in the Operative Clause 40 and 49, amongst others?
Thank you for the question. We have an operative clause on funding and non-governmental organizations, but we have discussed in our sessions that countries who are currently at war would be excluded from that, and they would not have to do the same exact amount of measures as countries who are in peace currently.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Thank you. Is the delegate still open to points of information?
Yes.
If there are still any more points of information, please raise your placards high now. If not, then would the delegate like to yield the floor to any other co-submitters or any other delegates from the committee?
No.
Thank you. Then we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
We yield the floor back.
All right, moving on. Are there any nations wishing to hold a speech against the resolution of the UNEP? If so, please raise your placards high now. Yes, delegate, rise and state your point.
We would like to ask the presidency if the motion to vote by acclamation is in order in the General Assembly.
Thank you, delegate. Although it might technically be in order because of the diverse policies and diverse ideas, we do not believe that a motion to vote by acclamation and accept by acclamation would be in order. But thank you.
Thank you.
But the motion still can be raised. Yes, delegate, rise and state your objection.
The delegation of Turkey has taken notice with utmost concern of a provocative choice of words hidden in the otherwise excellent and forward-looking draft resolution of the United Nations Environmental Programme, which, quote, states, quote, reserves in Greek waters which cannot be part of Turkish territories, such as those near the island of Crete, end of quote. The delegation of Turkey univocally condemns the aforementioned provocation and calls for all fellow delegates to vote for its removal from the clause. Since this is not possible, that the delegation does not support the entire resolution and does not support accepting it by acclamation.
Thank you, delegate, for the statement. The delegate of Germany asked the question about the rules of procedure. It wasn't, they did not raise a motion to vote accepted by acclamation. Thus, we do not really understand why there's a need for this statement, but we acknowledge and thank you for the delegate for the statement. Now, moving on, are there any nations that would like to hold a speech against the resolution submitted by the UNEP? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, are there any nations wishing to hold a speech in favor of the amendment submitted by the UNEP? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, we will move on to the voting procedure. All those nations wishing to vote in favor of the resolution of the UNEP, please raise your placards high now. All those against? All those abstaining? So, with 22 votes in favor, 3 against, and 4 abstaining, this resolution passes and will be a part of the BIMUN conference's resolutions. Clapping is in order. State your point, delegate.
Motion to explain Turkey's vote.
Delegate of Turkey, please rise and state and explain your vote.
Honorable Presidency, distinguished delegates, respected MUN directors, and tireless staff. The delegation of Turkey has taken notice with utmost concern of a provocative choice of words hidden in the otherwise excellent and forward-looking draft resolution of the United Nations Environmental Programme, which states, quote, reserves in Greek waters which cannot be part of Turkish territories, such as those near the island of Crete, end of quote. The delegation of Turkey unequivocally condemns the aforementioned provocation and calls for all fellow delegates to vote for its removal from the clause. The aforementioned subscript clause does not in any way contribute to the purpose of the draft resolution. It is clear which territories the clause refers to, even without explicitly mentioning the false notion that it would belong to the Hellenic Republic. It is not in the UNEP's mandate to debate on the belonging of any territories to any countries. And even if it was, the delegation of Turkey is sure that a simple subscript clause is not the most elegant way to
Please
declare
come to your
such
closing remarks.
What?
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks.
The delegation of Turkey opposes this resolution on grounds of this sub clause.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will move on to
the committee of the DISAC, if it's possible now. Then we'd like to ask the main submitter to approach the floor and deliver their speech after reading out the resolution. Thank you. And could you firstly approach the presidency for a brief minute?
Sorry.
Before the speech, could you approach the presidency, please?
Ask for all UN members to join the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. Second, calls upon all nuclear-armed member states to A. Limit the number of nuclear weapons to 100 by 2040. B. End the development of such weapons. C. Reconvene no later than 2035 to review the progress made in this regard. D. Strictly limit nuclear weapon deployment, allowing for self-defense purposes only. 3. Encourages participation in implementing transparency measures and confidence-building initiatives aimed at promoting trust and reducing tensions among nuclear-armed states through A. Verification mechanisms, and by providing the media with reliable information on this matter to enhance transparency and reduce the risk of miscalculation or misunderstanding. B. The full declaration of all forms of nuclear warheads and all fissile material inventories, including non-deployment warheads. C. Invites all states to rejoin the multilateral transparency and confidence building that the Hague Code of Conduct Against Ballistic Missile Proliferation, HCOC, proposes in order to avoid mistrust and tension between countries. 4. Calls upon every member state to raise public awareness to the dangers of nuclear weapons and support the education of young people about this issue in accordance with guidelines set and agreed upon the UN, which would promote the organization of an annual traveling museum exhibitions focused on showcasing the dangers of nuclear weapons through historical images, artifacts, and first-person stories. 5. Calls upon member states to financially support any organization that engages in actions condemning nuclear weapons. C. Suggests alternative security strategies that can contribute to reducing reliance on nuclear weapons and enhancing global security, such as A. The establishment of regional nuclear-free zones in areas of high tension, such as the Middle East or Northwest Asia, to help reduce nuclear risks. B. Coordinating with non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and member states in order to firstly promote public awareness, as well as to hold the governments accountable for their commitments. C. Adopting alternative diplomatic measures for resolving tensions between countries instead of nuclear deterrence. 7. Declares making space a neutral, safe environment and reducing the use of nuclear weaponry in these areas by A. Ceasing to utilize orbital weaponry, notably Earth-to-space, second space-to-space weapons. B. Eliminating nuclear type of assets, anti-satellite weapons. C. Urging countries to ratify the Partial Test Ban Treaty, PTBT, prohibiting nuclear detonations in outer space and underwater environments. 8. Recommends negotiations for the establishment of a fissile material monitoring treaty in order to avoid another nuclear arms race, which would closely monitor plutonium-239, uranium-235, and uranium-238 in phase of A. Mining, B. Production, C. Transport, D. Usage. 9. Calls for the adoption of modified INF treaty, which would apply not only the USA and the Russian Federation, but every nation of the world, which will A, have modified legislative measures to ensure peace, B, require annual reports on the progress in the application of the treaty, then calls for multiple security measures and hazard prevention methods in case of nations that possess nuclear capabilities, such as A, the implementation of a 2 key rule by all countries, ensuring that the decision truly by and multiple occasions of prevention are established. B, a regular psychological test run on the decision-making individuals to guarantee that these individuals are in the right mental state to take competent decisions. 11, encourages member states who have not signed and ratified a Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, to do so, since it would support non-proliferation.
Delegates order in the House.
12, recommends the intermediate ratification of the NO Nuclear Opposition Treaty by all member states, which would take effect when there are no nations in active conflicts determined by UN, which possesses nuclear weapons, which would A, create guideline on reducing the size of each nuclear arsenal by a number 5% each year. B, calls for intermediate adjournment in nuclear warfare individually and should only continue under the supervision of the UN. C, establish a mandatory school program which would educate the students on the dangers of nuclear and other devastating weapons, which would start at grade 8 and would last for 3 weeks. 13, encourages the establishment of a rule-based, non-discriminatory disarmament and non-proliferation regime that offers equally beneficial security measures for all parties. Encourages the global community to find nuclear tensions by A, mediating in armed conflicts, B, promoting peaceful solutions in international disputes, C, exerting pressures on war parties to 1, concentrate efforts to establish on of truce, 2, negotiate on peace contracts. 15, recommends limiting the yield of any nuclear weapons newly produced at the scrapping of any nuclear weapons exceeding this limit. 16, calls upon member states to refrain from the use of threat in accordance with the principles of the Charter of United Nations. Esteemed Presidency, honorable chairs, and distinguished delegates and dear guests, in the course of Cold War, the world has witnessed the reality of a rapid nuclear arms race. Using nuclear weapons as a form of deterrence has put the world in a direct threat of an open nuclear conflict. Investing heavily in nuclear armed weapons and advancing military technologies in the Cold War has contributed to the world insecurity and instability. The escalation of this nuclear arms race with the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 and the Iran Missile Crisis of 1977 showed how close the world finds itself in danger of nuclear conflict. Seeing the risk of a possible nuclear conflict that would mean devastation and total destruction, in 1968, NPT, a non-proliferation treaty, was signed. The resolution follows in the steps of this treaty. We need to continue the efforts that the non-proliferation treaty has set and further expand its goals. With the risk of a threat of nuclear weapon highest since the Cold War, the urgency of making non-proliferation matters are more urgent. This resolution that we are proposing here today proposes an effective and multidimensional plan on how to combat the ongoing nuclear tensions in the world today. Specifically, we see those precise goals in the second clause, where we set exact numbers that will battle the proliferation of armed weapons, or clause 3 that promotes transparent measures that will discourage nuclear deterrence and new development. The delegation of Norway believes that this resolution constructively promotes the de-escalation of nuclear tension. We believe that this resolution offers a solution on various fronts, which is the key to a successful peacekeeping and non-proliferation operations. We encourage all member states to vote in favor of these resolutions. As is already previously mentioned, this resolution does not only solve the issue of escalating nuclear tensions productively, but as well from multiple perspectives. Thank you. We yield the floor to the delegate of Russia.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
No.
Delegate of Russia, please approach the floor and deliver your speech.
Yes, Delegate. Right, and state your point.
Many of the nations are stated with their full name in the signatories, but France is not mentioned as the Republic of France. Could that be changed?
Yes, that could be changed.
Thank you very much.
please.
Honorable President of the General Assembly, Deputy of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests. The delegate of Russia would like to thank all the delegates in our committee for their hard work and energy that they've put into this debate in the last 3 days. We must acknowledge that this resolution is not perfect, and we've had our differences. But we'd be happy to mention and announce that we were able to solve our rivalries, and we were able to sit down at a table like gentlemen and to discuss this pressing issue. As of right now, the world is at its all-time high regarding tensions. Many of the conflicts in the current world are very controversial, and because of that, we'd like to highlight that the cooperation between all of the bigger states, namely the Russian Federation, the United States of America, and the People's Republic of China, have blossomed. We'd like to thank every delegate in our delegation for their hard work, and we must mention that while this resolution isn't perfect, it is the best one we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the delegate open to POIs?
Any and all.
Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. People's Republic of China, you have been recognized.
We would like to thank the delegate of Russia for their speech, but we noticed certain issues or concerns regarding the resolution, and we were wondering if the Russian delegate could further elaborate on the legislative measures that are to ensure peace to be added to the INF treaty, if they know of such measures.
Thank you for the great question, delegate. Probably the main question in hand, how these legislative measures could be resolved, is by providing sufficient benefits of peace over, for example, a time of conflict. If there were nations who could benefit over peace instead of taking part in any kind of conflict, and if this peace would bring a bigger amount or a bigger degree of benefit other than any kind of open conflict, we believe that this could be one of the legislative measures that could resolve this issue and to deter nations away from mindless conflicts. Thank you.
Motion for follow-up.
Granted.
Seeing as the operative clause does not mention certain solutions, it just states that states could modify legislative measures to ensure peace. We would like to ask the delegate of Russia, is it really safe for all member nations of the UN to subject themselves to such risks, like, for example, not mentioning, but also proposing legislative measures?
Thank you for the question, delegate. If this would be any other kind of issue, we could agree with the statement, but because this is about nuclear tensions, we believe, and that's the discussions in our committee have proven that every nation is afraid from an open-out nuclear war. And because of that, we believe that this would only serve beneficial to every nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the delegate still open to POIs?
Yes.
Are there more POIs in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing none, we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
And now we're moving on to an open debate about that. Are there any delegations wishing to vote a speech in favor or against this resolution? Please raise your placards high now. India, followed by the People's Republic of China. India, you have been recognized. Please approach the floor. Speaking time is set to 2 minutes.
Honorable Presidency, dear chairs, fellow delegates, staff members and guests, shortly, everyone. The UN was created to make a better future through compromises. Sadly, in the case of some operative clauses, such as operative clause number 15, our committee failed to make such compromises. Because of this, we cannot fully support this resolution. Despite this, we would advise all nations not to vote against this resolution, since Despite the DISEC not being a non-binding committee, a resolution still makes a good headway to create safer and more peaceful future in ways pointed out by the delegate of Norway and Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to POIs?
Absolutely.
Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your plackets high now. Seeing none, we suggest
floor
you
is
back.
yielded.
Thank you, Delegate. Now the People's Republic of China, please approach the floor. Also, 2 minute speaking time.
Sorry?
2 minute speaking time.
Esteemed Secretariat, distinguished Presidency, honorable chairs, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The PRC would like to highlight the downsides this resolution poses to our nations in the UN. It does not offer any solutions whatsoever to the topic and rather tries to go around every solution that we've proposed, seeing as how every amendment has been struck out or entirely tailored to United States. We've come now in front of the General Assembly to point out that this resolution has no substance whatsoever and is rather an excuse to pass empty operative clauses that would not help the United States in any way. And now we'd like to start by giving examples so that each nation can understand our point of view, seeing as this was not taken into consideration by certain delegations, including the delegate of Norway, that has proposed this rather irrelevant resolution. For example, the delegate of Norway proposes a change of legislation measures and solutions that already exist, however, does not mention how these solutions will be made, seeing as this resolution proposed by the delegate of Norway, we do not fully trust them to take decisions for the whole United Nations. Seeing as we mentioned legislation works, we believe that by allowing the delegate of Norway to do so, we impose a risk to various countries around the world. Operative clause number 7 is the perfect example of manipulation. It overstates the boundaries of both the rules of procedure and UN Charter by urging countries to ratify a treaty. As we all know that only the UNCS has these rights, subclause C completely disregards authority and engages in their own abuse of power while trying to extend their influence. As this is only one example of a rule-breaking operative clause, we urge all countries to recognize these threats and vote against this resolution. We are not open to any points of information as we believe we emphasized our point.
Then please yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
Thank you very much. Are there any more speeches regarding this resolution in favor or against? If so, please raise your plackets high now. Seeing none, we'll be moving towards the voting procedure of this resolution as a whole. All those delegations wishing to vote in favor of this resolution, please raise your plackets high now. Thank you. Lower them. All those against? Please raise your placards high now.
All those against, please raise your placards high now.
1. Thank you. Any abstentions? Thank you. With an overwhelming majority, 22 votes in favor, 1 against, and 6 abstentions, this resolution will pass and will be part of the BIMUN 24 conference resolutions. Thank you. Clapping is in order.
The House is now dismissed for a short break. The next 2 resolutions shall be the resolution of the Commission on the Status of Women and the Human Rights Council delegates.
Delegates, please pay attention for 1 last minute.
I would like to ask all delegates to arrive back to your seats by 10:50. So that means there's a 25-minute long break. There's going to be food at the cafeteria where you can go. And also the delegates of Venezuela and South Korea, please approach the presidency.
Thank you. 1 2 1 2.
Neked nincs elküldve?
In the CBC. CSW, and you are excluded from voting.
Robin mindjárt átküldi.
You can. Yeah, you can. In which committee? Amúgy te mondod ezt te mondod ezt.
Tudom. De várj, roll call lesz. De várj még egy kicsit, mert nincsen meg a...
Akkor gyorsan keres rá.
Yeah?
You guys are the closest people here that I could find. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is not drugs. This is personal.
I really hope that.
No, it's personal because she's feeling sick because I haven't had it.
It was a joke, I can understand it. Don't do drugs. Joke.
Tesó, a pörk. Na,
Matt. Áronka. Mi? A CSV.
Meg, de most.
Aztán a CSV után jön az ECOSZok.
Pofátlan lenne.
CSV és utána az ECOSZok.
CSV.
Na most a CSV kell.
HRC.
Nem az ECOSZok?
Nem.
Akkor a HRC, bocsánat, HRC.
Na, Matt.
Delegates, please find your seats. House shall now come to order.
Na. Roll call vagyok.
Delegates, as you were alive, please.
Írod kellek azért.
Obviously. We will start our session with a roll call. Delegates, please take your seats now.
Hello.
Be quiet. Pay attention to the General Assembly.
Na várjál.
Oh my God.
Delegates, please take your seats.
Thank you.
All right, we will begin the next session with a roll call once again. First of all, could the delegates of Venezuela please approach the presidency? Venezuela, can you please approach the presidency? All right, we will begin our session with a roll call. So all those delegates who are present, please raise your placards when asked to do so. So firstly, Arab Republic of Egypt, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Commonwealth of Australia, DPRK, Federal Republic of Germany, Federative Republic of Brazil, French Republic, Hellenic Republic, Hungary, Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Italian Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Spain, People's Republic of Bangladesh, People's Republic of China, Republic of India, Republic of Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Republic of Poland, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Turkey, Russian Federation, State of Israel, State of Libya, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America,
31 delegált, 16 a quorum, a simple majority és a quorum pedig 21.
So with 31 delegates present, the simple majority will be set at 16 and the quorum is set at 21. So we will move on to the resolution of the Commission on the Status of Women. So the presidency would like to ask the delegate of the Commission on the Status of Women, the Russian Federation, to present and deliver their speech on the resolution.
Expresses its satisfaction towards seeing the cooperation between governments and NGOs seeking to increase the number of employees in the workforce and provide more accessible jobs to women. Affirms the value of cultural diversity and recognizing Hinduism's pivotal role as an integral part of India's cultural heritage. Emphasizing the need for inclusive workplace environments where practices honor and accommodate all employees' religious and cultural traditions. Convinced that the problem is due to other significant issues taking priority in some nations, such as reducing starvation, providing water and electricity, and assuring safer homes for the population. Recognizing the current injustices in modern society and discriminatory prejudices towards women. Acknowledging the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on women's employment, including job losses, increased caregiving responsibilities, and barriers to re-entering the workforce. Recognizing the efforts made by some countries in the Middle East to promote women's rights and enhance their participation in the workforce through legislative reforms, policies, and initiatives. Acknowledging the lack of rights and recognition in the choice of women towards their professional or non-professional future. Desiring the beginning of a calculated and precise economy to the benefit of all citizens despite their socio-economic status. Deeply disturbed by the silencing of religious minorities such as Islam and Hinduism perpetrated by oppressive imperialist communication industries and their media regulatory bodies. Desiring the end of the increased media terrorism promoted by the Occidentalized faction targeted mainly at the Middle East and non-Western countries.
Delegates order in the House.
Taking into account the unique cultural, social, and economic context of the Middle East, which may require region-specific approaches to promote women's employment. Acknowledges the need for accessible childcare centers to support mothers.
recognizing the importance of creating an inclusive work environment where all employees have equal access to career advancement and are not discriminated against based on their gender and religious beliefs or practices. Alarmed by the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza and its impact on the state of women and children. Reminds all countries present in the International Labour Organization that the accords discussed should be completed by creating a better economic system that takes into consideration A, all kinds of work that have a role in society to be legally recognized as non-professional labor, such as house managers who are considered women and men who take care of a community by providing a safe and stable environment in which to accomplish said economic climax. Mothers who assure a better future for the nation and those impacted by it through the raising of the next generation in all manners considered correct by constitutional education laws. Carers for older people within the women of the family who are not considered to be economically productive as a system of social welfare based on family and not the state's tax money. Carers for sick or special needs people within the women of the family to provide a better recuperation or moral attitude as a result of B, the different roles that men and women take in society are created and reinforced by the undeniable biological differences that distinguish the vulnerabilities and the advantages each sex has to offer to economic well-being, the indispensable and uncontrollable socialization that surrounds the upbringing of children and thus becomes a part of one's personality and functioning, the sacred tradition of one's nation, which should not, by any purpose, be taken advantage of or attempted to be controlled by an international force proposed by biased and neo-colonialist countries. The religion by which some states have the freedom to function around and state laws in said countries' constitutions. Asks governments to invest in education and vocational training programs tailored for women to A, foster their skills, and B, empower them to access diverse employment opportunities. Suggest the establishment of a personalized educational system from the age of 14, taking into consideration A, a standardized test created by the state to accommodate each country's needs established by an internationally funded organization to detect weaknesses in economic matters formed by Iran, India, and the United Arab Emirates as permanent members, and all paying countries shall take part who would be rotated. A specialized government sector which will supervise all international investigations to preserve a calm and respectful intrusion towards the nation's functioning. Scientific findings such as sociological investigations and practically proven systems in which the results needed may be proven. B, the state's current economic situation and what is best for each nation by being able to make the system flexible depending on what the nation needs or what empty sectors of labor need to be filled to re-establish the economic climax, providing mandatory educational lectures to keep students informed on what availability each sector has to ensure all make an educated choice on the benefits of working with the government's needs. Instructing a national analysis of the economic system on a yearly basis to conform to the following year's organizations such as tests, lectures, job offers, and more. Encourages the promotion of women's leadership and decision-making roles in all sectors of society, including business, politics, and academia, in order to foster culture of gender equality and inclusivity. Further invites schools not to degrade stay-at-home mothers and allow girls to believe that staying at home to care for their families is an option. Encourages the establishment of online work opportunities tailored to respect the cultural, societal, and religious preferences of women in the Middle East, including the development of remote work options through digitizing the Middle East, and online platforms to address the unemployment rate stemming from cultural, infrastructural, and familial challenges with the supervision of the CSW. Encourages the promotion of digital inclusion initiatives to equip women with internet connection and technical skills necessary to access online work platforms and participate in the digital economy. recommends the establishment of accessible and public government-funded childcare centers and support mechanisms for working mothers to facilitate their ability to balance work and family responsibilities, with examples such as, but not limited to, A, sufficing mothers with paid maternity leave of 10 weeks prenatal and another 10 weeks of postnatal leave, in which they receive 100% of their salary, and for another 10 months where they receive 70% of their salary. B, sufficient governmental child support to mothers for up to the first 3 years of the child's life, and C, creating special awards with the goal of supporting big families. Calls for the establishment of high-caliber childcare facilities offering free and complementary child services within a 5-kilometer radius of workplaces for enterprises with over 500 employees, while aiming to ensure the well-being of children and foster enhanced professional opportunities for women. Calls upon member states to enact and enforce legislation that ensures equal pay for equal work, aiming to eliminate the gender pay gap and promote financial equality in the workplace. Calls for the implementation of training programs to enhance women's proficiency in advanced technological skills required for entrepreneurship, recognizing the outperformance of girls in education and the potential for female entrepreneurs to contribute significantly to the economy. Recommends emphasizing the importance of upskilling and reskilling programs to mitigate the impact of automation on women's employment, particularly focusing on sectors with high automation risk where women are currently employed. Affirms the significance of fostering gender equality in the workforce across all Middle Eastern nations by encompassing initiatives such as, but not limited to, A, granting equal pay for women and men, B, acknowledging and addressing the challenges women face during and post-pregnancy, C, helping women seamlessly reintegrate to the workforce following maternity leave, D, providing women with flexible work arrangements in order to entertain their professional and personal obligations, E, respecting and accommodating the specific needs of religious employees, and F, create or join organizations such as the Nordic German Trade Union Project on Equal Pay for Equal Work. Suggests on checking and doing the safety report in workplaces every 3 to 5 months to prevent workplace violence via A, camera installation, B, hiring inspectors, and C, the supervision of the CSW to eliminate taking advantage of the situation by employers. Seeks the international recognition of the hard work of stay-at-home mothers by founding an organization overseen by the CSW, to support stay-at-home mothers both mentally and socially, to provide financial support for families with stay-at-home mothers, to which all nations that wanted to so could contribute funds, and electing a day to celebrate such women internationally. Recommends all member states to establish STT, Safe Taxi Transport, a taxi line dedicated to facilitating and enabling safe travel for women, and ensuring that drivers go through rigorous security screening before being employed to exclude concerns about passenger safety. Calls for the establishment of an online helpline platform called SEFA, Safety Everywhere for All, integrated with each nation's police forces and accessible across all member nations to help contact the local authorities for foreigners in need and ensure the safety of women, children, and men. Confirms that all countries here are interested in discussing measures to improve the percentage of working women with special regards to the Middle East, to arrive at a joint resolution that will be in the interest of the countries of the Middle East and not of any other as it is meant for whom it concerns. Advises all government-regulated childcare institutions to prioritize the provision of comprehensive services for children, such as but not limited to consistent access to proper nutrition in the form of 2 healthy meals daily, biannual health assessments, immunization services, special care and attention tailored to malnourished children and children with special needs, and preschool education. Encourages the adoption of flexible work arrangements, particularly for women with caregiving responsibilities, to facilitate better work-life balance, such as telecommuting, providing flexibility regarding the workday start and end times, allowing compressed work weeks, allowing annualized hours. Calls for the integration of inclusive policies at international companies to accommodate religious employees' religious requirements, including flexible scheduling for religious holidays and prayer breaks without discrimination or prejudice. Encourages international organizations and developed member states to provide technical assistance and support to Middle Eastern countries in implementing measures to improve working conditions for women. Calls upon member states to develop reskilling programs and educational initiatives tailored to prepare women for the impacts of Industry 4.0, including implementing comprehensive training programs that equip women with the skills necessary to adapt to technological advancements and automation in the workforce, integrating education on emerging technologies and digital literacy into school curricula and vocational training programs to ensure women are adequately prepared for evolving job market demands, and collaborating with industry stakeholders and educational institutions to identify future job trends and skills gaps, and designing targeted reskilling initiatives to enable women to thrive in the rapidly changing labor landscape. Calls for increased awareness of the impediment to women's participation in the workforce due to inadequate physical safety measures, particularly addressing endemic forms of physical discrimination in the region, as outlined by the recommendations of the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, alongside the implementation and rigorous enforcement of comprehensive anti-discrimination laws, prohibiting gender-based bias in all aspects of employment, encompassing hiring, promotion, and workplace practices. Request the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women to provide technical assistance and funding to support member states in the Middle East to develop and implement national strategies and action plans for advancing gender equality in the workforce. Calls for the implementation of financial initiatives such as tax breaks or subsidies aimed at companies that actively promote gender diversity in their workforce with the goal of incentivizing employers to hire and retain more women. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, dear staff, esteemed guests, during the last 3 days in the CSW, our goal was to improve the percentage of working women worldwide, but with special regards to the Middle East. Russia, its co-submitters and signatories successfully recognized that when talking about women in the Middle East, the cultural, religious, and societal differences must be respected and taken into account when searching for an actually useful solution. Moreover, our goal was to construct a resolution that would not violate any nation's sovereignty, and we achieved that. Our resolution acknowledges that when discussing the topic, we firstly must clearly recognize all kinds of work, even ones which do not actively generate GDP for the economy, as professional labor, such as carers for sick people in the family. We believe that the Middle East's exceptional economic potential can be explored without disrespecting Islamic beliefs, and that is why our resolution aims at the inclusion of Middle Eastern women into the digital economy, which will not result in disobeying any of their beliefs, but according to research, will result in an estimated 50% growth in the region's economies. We advocate for investments in education of girls and women, both scholarly and in training which specializes in equipping them with technological skills necessary to become part of the digital economy, as well as equipping each nation and its citizens with internet connectivity. We believe that by digitizing the Middle East and training women in skills such as entrepreneurship, we open an entirely new sectors of workers, women who are dedicated and want to work but still want to follow their religion. Then we recommend the establishment of accessible and public childcare facilities, as well as paid maternity leave and social security funded benefits to support women who want to pursue a career and not making them have to choose between motherhood and profession. Our resolution also proposes various safety measures such as regular workplace screening and establishing accessible helpline platforms which must be taken to further facilitate women's security. We want to call upon every member of the committee to vote in favor of our resolution and work together towards empowering women globally. And let us close our speech with a quote from our great president, Vladimir Putin. The ability to compromise is not a diplomatic politeness toward a partner, but rather taking into account and respecting your partner's legitimate interests. Thank you. And we would like to yield the floor to our dear co-submitter, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
We believe that the point of informations are unnecessary since we mentioned everything in our clauses and in our speech.
Thank you, Delegate.
We yield the floor back to the presidency.
Thank you. And excuse me, what was the Iran? Iran, you have the floor.
President of the General Assembly, Honorable Deputy President of the General Assembly, esteemed chairs, staff and press, ladies and gentlemen. The Islamic Republic of Iran would like to, after a great speech delivered by our fellow delegate of Russia, draw specific attention to clause number 1, in which recognizes non-professional work as legitimate labor and thus allowing women to be house managers, carers and mothers without being subjected to prejudices and social economical pressure. At least, that was the objective of the whole resolution and what drew Iran to become a co-submitter and further establish our relationship with Russia. However, this was seen as outrageous by some Western countries when proposing clauses that condemn women who do not apply to these overly liberal tendencies. This resolution, if applied correctly, would mean that most women who are not considered within studies stating the percentage of employees in a country would also be considered working women, and thus resolving the problem our committee was in order to solve. However, as predicted, in our amendment session, clauses were added that repressed those women and subjected them to false objectives of working in professional labor. The hypocrisy the countries responsible for such amendments have, as to call themselves the bringers of freedom and feminists, while also being responsible for trying to strike out clauses for the sole reason that other countries, non-Western countries, were the ones that added them, is being culpable of Islamophobia, amongst other things. Even though this resolution has been occidentalized and many clauses are questionable, we do think it is a step in the right direction. Nevertheless, we think that in future debate, in order to stay truthful to the UN purpose, it is imperative for all countries to listen to those nations that are subject to the supposed problem, despite possible disagreements, since the ultimate goal of the United Nations is to achieve global cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
They are encouraged.
If there are any in the House, please raise your placards high now. Germany, followed by Brazil, followed by Russia. Germany recognized.
Thank you for the recognition and thank you for this fine speech, Delegate. The question of the delegates of Germany would be whether or not Iran and the other submitters believe that it is ever so slightly contradictory to talk about global cooperation and working together and put this in their preambulatory clauses, when in both of their speeches and their preambulatory clauses, they accuse Western nations of media terrorism, of westernizing forcibly other countries, and not taking into consideration the opinions of non-Western countries.
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. We do apologize if that was not understood correctly, but all said was because of every single debate held in the committee. Is it not true that there were amendments to strike out multiple clauses that were actually quite liberal and quite feminist, with no actual reason to do so? The only reason we can think of is what was said in our speech, which is Islamophobia. We do not think that Germany could agree with us, but we do think that Germany should take that into consideration the next time it asks such an inappropriate question. Thank you.
Motion for follow-up.
That is granted.
Germany, speaking in the name of the Western countries, is very deeply offended by the accusations of Iran, and we must ask the question, are they really behind global cooperation if they cannot in any way keep any basic rule of diplomacy?
if Germany were paying attention in debate, they would have seen that we actually did agree with most clauses, and we actually did have conversations with delegates such as the delegate of Russia, the delegate of China, the delegate of India, the delegate of Afghanistan, and we could continue. So saying that we are not diplomatic and saying that we do not believe in international cooperation would be a complete lie.
We do not thank the delegate.
Moving on, delegate of Brazil, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition and thank you for the fine speech. The delegation of Brazil would like to ask if it is necessary, as it's stated in the resolution, to elect a day to be celebrated specifically for women, while there's already one, which is 8 March.
Thank you very much, Delegate, for bringing that up. We did discuss this in our committee. We were sad that Brazil could not participate in its full attention, but still, we do think that we want a specific day for women who are not professional working women or who are not specific mothers to be recognized. We do not understand how a day of recognition would be an impediment for any country. It doesn't need any economical purpose. It doesn't need any political differences or discussion. It just needs a day of recognition. It should not be this controversial.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, delegate of the Russian Federation, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition and thank you for this fine speech. Our question to the delegate would be whether they agree that the fact that Western nations continuously oppose opening more women-only workspaces in the Middle East, which would respect Islamic beliefs, is Islamophobic, and also the fact that they did not offer in the debate any kind of solution proves that we are for cooperation instead.
We completely agree. Thank you, Delegate of Russia, for further stating our point. We think that most Western countries in the committee were Islamophobic, even though not admitting it. And we do think that most clauses were accepted just because of international allies and not voted on because of its content. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegate. We suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
All right, moving on to the open debates. Are there any nations wishing to hold a speech against the resolution submitted by the Commission on the Status of Women? If so, please raise your placards high now. Afghanistan, you're recognized.
Honourable President of the General Assembly, Deputy President, staff, guests, and fellow esteemed delegates. We are incredibly worried about the possible consequences of the resolution passing, because we, unlike many other nations here, care about the women in our state. We believe in women's biological objective being reproduction, so they should therefore stay in the protection of their own homes and focus on solely reproduction, as they are the only gender blessed with having this ability. Furthermore, males' biological fact of being stronger and average having higher intelligence allows them to be predisposed to the role of the protector, breadwinner, and much more capable of making decisions due to, among other reasons, relatively lower levels of hormonal instability. We are also worried about nations such as Iran co-submitting a resolution that does have operative clauses that go directly against their policy and culture, such as ones pressuring women to work. The government of the Taliban believes that we cannot support a resolution that is supported by an organization under Western influence and reflects largely Western views. We stand by the statement that instead of childcare, it is essential for children's development that women are present at home to raise them and support them, increasing overall quality of life since the children are happy and the women are happy since they have the joy of raising children and bringing the best gift into the world that is possible. Overall, this resolution goes directly against our country's policy. Long live our great leader, Hibatullah Akhundzada. We are open to any and all POIs.
Thank you, delegates. If there are any points of information in the House, please raise your placards high now. DPRK followed by Iran, followed by South Korea, followed by France, followed by India. And DPRK, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for your fine speech delegate. We would just like to ask, the topic is measures to improve the percentage of working women. How the entire speech, which the delegate said, is contradictory to the topic, which is here to improve the percentage of working women. It's highly unproductive, actually, then. We would maybe like a clarification, then.
We believe that our opinion should be represented in the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Delegate of Iran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Delegate, for that speech. Even though we don't agree with some things, does the delegate agree that countries that oversee biological differences were not productive in the debates, and were actually really counterproductive?
We completely agree.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. South Korea, you're recognized.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Is the delegate not the first signatory of this resolution, therefore demonstrating public support for all of the clauses within the resolution?
The resolution we signed was different from the current resolution that was presented, since in the sessions there were changes made to the resolution.
Okay.
Thank you. France, you're recognized.
Does the delegate not believe that women working, having a bigger part of the population in the economy would help to rebuild their economy and therefore rebuild their country?
We do not agree with this statement, since we believe that if women feel pressured to work, it would not be beneficial for them to work, since it would decrease quality of life.
Request for follow-up.
That is granted.
Where does the delegate get the information that all the women in the world feel pressure to work?
We get the information directly from our citizens.
Thank you. India, you're recognized.
Does the delegate believe that what's happening under the government's rule, which is prohibiting women from leaving their home without a male chaperone, is promoting women's rights and equality?
We do not believe this, since we believe that is in the women's benefit. It benefits the women if they stay at home, since it protects them. All we want to do is protect our women.
Thank you. We suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
All right, moving on. Are there any nations wishing to hold a speech in favor of the resolution submitted by the CSW? If so, please raise your placards high now. India, you're recognized. Please take the floor.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates. First of all, we would like to express our satisfaction towards the resolution that we've created and the cooperation that took place in our committee while working on achieving equal rights for women and men. We are delighted that our resolution accommodates religious countries' wishes while also protecting the rights of religious employees in the workforce. In this resolution, we give opportunities for women to improve, learn new skills, and educate themselves. We ensure their protection while traveling through several safety measures while entertaining their specific needs. We would like to encourage every and each nation to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Yes.
If there are any in the House, please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
Yield the floor back.
Moving on, we will move on to the voting procedure regarding the resolution of the CSW. So all those nations wishing to vote in favor of the resolution of the CSW, please raise your placards high now. Thank you, lower them. All those against? Okay, thank you, you can lower them. And all those abstaining? Do we hear any objections? Then the House is now divided. All those nations wishing to vote in favor of the resolution submitted by the CSW, please raise your placards high now. All those nations wishing to vote against. Thank you, you can lower them. With 17 votes in favor and 14 against, this resolution passes and will be a part of the resolutions of BIMUN. So clapping is in order.
Right, delegates, we'll continue with the resolution of the HRC, the Human Rights Council Committee, who would like to ask main submitter Italy to approach the floor, deliver their opening speech after reading out the resolution, and we would like to encourage every single delegation and delegate to pay attention to every single speech and every single word, because then we can achieve cooperation when attention is being paid. Thank you very much.
The Human Rights Council, guided by the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, emphasises that the right of freedom of speech on any platform is a human right guaranteed for all, as stated in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, thereby ensuring the essential pillars of a modern society, development and democratic practices to combat corruption. Noting with regret that journalists and media workers frequently self-censor to ensure that crime organisations which would object to their reporting do not physically or mentally harm them or anyone in association with them because of their official journalistic duties, thereby depriving the general public of truthful or extensive news sources. Noting with regret the abuse of power by some governments to suppress dissenting voices and marginalise opposition media. Recognising the need for all parts of a country's population to have access to a wide range of information, especially regarding topics that directly affect their lives, such as election-related material, through contrasting sources as a way of ensuring the upheaval of a modern and democratic society. Taking into consideration that all products of the media sector are partially subjective in terms of validity, highlighting trivialisation, distortion and offensiveness of the mentioned information. Expresses its concern towards the continuous and indispensable work of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Opinion and Expression, considering it sets international standards, publishes annual thematic reports, comments on legislation and policies of countries, communicates with governmental and non-governmental organisations or other parties who possess knowledge of cases regarding the topic, offers advisory services towards the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and undertakes fact-finding country visits. Recalling all resolutions of the Human Rights Council and the Commission on Human Rights relevant to the right to freedom of opinion and expression, in particular, Council Resolution 7/36 of the 28th of March 2008, 12/16 of the 12th of October 2009, 16/4 of the 24th of March 2011, 23/2 of the 13th of June 2013, 25/2 of the 27th of March 2014, 34/18 of the 24th of March 2017, 38/7 of the 5th of July 2018, 39/6 of the 27th of September 2018, 43/4 of the 19th of June 2020, 44/12 of the 16th of July 2020, 47/16 of the 13th of July 2021, 48/4 of the 7th of October 2021, and the 49/21 of the 1st of April 2022. Calls upon complete acceptance by the international community of the right of every person to possess an opinion without interference regarding any topic, and have the right to express this point of view in any way that does not contradict other human rights listed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and does not threaten the physical or mental well-being of any individual or society as a whole. Calls upon all member states to cooperate with platforms and organisations such as the Platform for the Protection of Journalism and Safety of Journalists, Reporters Without Borders, the International Federation of Journalists, the European Federation of Journalists, Arab and Middle Eastern Journalist Association, the Association of European Journalists, or other similar regional or international entities specializing in the matters of journalistic or press freedom by creating an international conversation about the topic, recognizing the level of press freedom in certain areas more vulnerable to human rights violations, such as war zones and crisis areas, regions of political instability, regions affected by natural disasters and diseases, specifying the immediate problems of the media sector by region, informing the general public about discrepancies regarding press freedom, collaborating with other international organizations and governmental organizations to protect the lives of journalists and their loved ones in danger because of their professional work regarding journalism, advises governmental entities on necessary steps toward free media. Encourages all members of the international community to follow and support the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, as it is integral in order to form a functional society, considering it as a comprehensive strategy to ensure inter alia the safety of journalists by aiming to create a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers, both in conflict and non-conflict situations, with a view to strengthening peace, democracy and development worldwide, cooperating with states to develop legislation and other mechanisms for safeguarding the freedom of expression and information, helping the establishment of partnerships, awareness raising and fostering initiatives, establishing a network of focal points on issues about the safety of journalists in all relevant UN agencies, funds and programs to develop effective measures to combat impunity, coordinate actions and exchange information, and also publicizing it whenever it is possible, building partnerships between the UN and civil entities and professional organizations which can efficaciously monitor the safety of journalists and media workers at national, regional and international levels. Proposes the creation of a UN organisation, named the Organisation for the Freedom of Opinion and Expression, to handle all matters regarding press freedom and freedom of expression worldwide by monitoring the status of said freedoms worldwide, advising states on possible anomalies in the media sector, creating funds to protect the lives of endangered journalists further, spreading awareness about press freedom, verifying the freedom or censorship of specific media outlets and organisations, helping people who have been the victims of crimes because of the expression of their personal opinion or their official journalistic actions. Confirms the need for minimal censorship in extreme cases of human behaviour that threaten the well-being of other individuals or are offensive to public morality, such as the showing of drug use or sexual content, considering the conceptions of a social contract, in which case it is the state's responsibility to ensure the protection of their population, as further stated in Section 1.d of the Johannesburg Principles. Recommends that the international community accepts defamations as a criminal act in official legislation, therefore ensuring that all matters of offending or aggrieving are properly reprimanded by punishment seen fit by a court of law, whether that be imprisonment, financial penalty, community service, etc., further protecting the well-being of any individual. Suggests all member states to create a comprehensive governmental organisation that oversees the digital and communication sector, while also regulating and monitoring press freedom on such platforms, in addition to collaborating with other organisations to ensure the safety of conflicted parties such as media workers. Ask all states to include extensive legislation protecting freedom of opinion and expression and legislation against hate speech in their constitution or other legal documents to ensure that the needed measures are specified in a court of law. Encourages member states to establish press access points overseen and funded by the United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, which would allow free internet access, a wide variety of local newspapers and informational pamphlets created by the OHCHR in collaboration with the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and freedom of opinion and expression and the local government, specifying the regional issues experienced regarding press freedom, therefore providing access to information which is the cornerstone of a modern society. Invites all nations to engage in meaningful dialogue regarding the topic and support other nations in ways further contribute to the freedom of expression, such as technological cooperation, anti-crime cooperation, human and institutional capacity building, ensuring the accessibility, affordability and availability of the internet, helping meet the sustainable development goals, ensuring the full enjoyment of human rights. Affirms artificial intelligence as an important tool in efficient content moderation by being able to filter through media, judging its content and searching for hate speech, harassment and disinformation, thus creating a safer and more regulated online environment, but also keeping in mind the dangers of underdeveloped AI. Recognises that a free, just and democratic society can only sustain itself when its people enjoy freedom of press and speech, and that restricting those rights can lead to the undermining of democratic principles and the rule of law. reaffirms the protection of free, independent, diverse and pluralistic media as quintessential in fulfilling the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and Sustainable Development Goal 16.10. Encourages the use of various media outlets in order to educate and inform people, share different opinions and establish political discourse. Those outlets can be print press, such as magazines and newspapers, television and radio broadcasts, internet websites, blogs and social media canals. Proposes member states to offer and promote media and digital literacy programs that educate individuals to critically evaluate information and identify disinformation in the form of billboard campaigns, awareness-raising events, fundraisers for which funds would be forwarded to government's public fact-checking initiatives for further development purposes. Calls for the inclusion of freedom of speech and freedom of press in the curriculum of educational institutions at all levels, emphasizing the importance of these rights in fostering democratic values and civic engagement, including educational courses to detect and combat misinformation, acquire the knowledge of responsible media consumption and the recognition of misinformation, thereby safeguarding the individuals of nations. Educational courses on opposing media violence, such as hate speech, cyber attacks and online harassment. Calls upon member states to provide aid with legal assistance and physical security arrangements to the victims of oppression regarding the freedom of speech and the freedom of press. Requests technology companies to adopt more transparent moderation policies that respect fundamental rights while combating misinformation, hate speech and disinformation. Strongly encourages the international community to support the implementation of these measures and to work together to promote and protect freedom of speech and freedom of press worldwide. Further invites to remain actively seized of the matter. Seek solutions that acknowledges the imperative of implementing shared rules and regulation in a manner that duly takes into account the diverse circumstances and capacities of individual member states. Suggests UN members to modify national law in order to provide stricter sanctions for private parties spreading misinformation on social media. Reaffirms that any advocacy of national, racial or religious hatred both online and offline that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hatred, hostility or violence shall be prohibited by law, consistent with the right to freedom of expression. Calls upon all nations to allow for countermeasures to be implemented to combat circulating fake news and restrict objectionable content across media platforms, including but not limited to legislative measures that prohibit the spreading and publishing of fake news. Request every state to do their utmost to prevent violent threats and attacks against journalists and media workers. Request the end of misrepresentation of Muslims on European and American media by allowing them to actively participate in their country's press, to grant them the opportunity of voicing their concerns, guarantee freedom of access to an array of respectful and constitutional point of view, stop the underrepresentation of Islam in certain states, eliminate the essential belief that democracy and active protection of human rights are impossible to enhance with Islam, diversifying the misrepresentative range of press and media Occidental citizens have access to end with the racist, dehumanized and intolerant way from which Muslims are described in the European American press, enable the Euro-American population to eliminate the prejudices they are taught to grow up with, disapproving the authors of statements full of hatred towards Muslims. Calls upon states to develop and implement strategies for combating impunity for attacks and violence against journalists, including by using, where appropriate, the creation of special investigative units or independent commissions, the appointment of a specialized prosecutor, the adoption of specific protocols and methods of investigation and prosecution, the training of prosecutors and the judiciary regarding the safety of journalists, the establishment of information gathering mechanisms such as databases to permit the gathering of verified information about threats and attacks against journalists, encourages all member states to establish a national self-regulatory press council financed by the central government, tasked with the filtration of media bias and misleading information, which would, amongst others, strive to preserve the fundamental freedom of press in the nation, constantly maintain and improve the standards of newspapers and news agencies, hold the power to censor following due to strict procedures in matters where a newspaper or news agency has offended against the standards of journalistic ethics or public taste, or that an editor or a working journalist has committed any professional misconduct. Supports measures that uphold the right to freedom of speech within the framework of representing national security interests, ensuring that such freedoms are exercised without compromising the integrity or effectiveness of national and international intelligence agencies. Encourages member states to require companies and employers to provide specific training programs for journalists and media workers, such as but not limited to ensure their safety on the fields of their occupation, to provide them with sufficient and efficient preventative measures against slipping into dangerous situations. Honourable Presidency of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, dear guests and dear staff. We, the Italian Republic, are proud to be here on this momentous occasion, and we are honoured to be able to contribute and to be a main submitter to such an important topic as measures to ensure freedom of speech and freedom of press on a global scale in the Human Rights Council. In a time of worldwide crises, the problem of freedom of opinion and expression stands out, simply because thinking and wanting to express these thoughts are what makes us human. It is the most common connection in all of us. And despite this unequivocal human right continues to be suppressed. Now, Italians are no strangers to censorship, which we have experienced numerous times throughout a proud 3,000-year history, for example, during the reign of Benito Mussolini. But we have come a long way since then. We have risen up in the sphere of political and economical dominance, and we stand tall as a proud and unified nation. And we further encourage all other nations to do the same. But we are indeed living in difficult times, and the challenges we face are greater than ever. Over the past few days, the committee has talked about these challenges worldwide, with special regard to the problems experienced in the Islamic Republic of Iran in the crisis. But through the continued efforts of the Human Rights Council, we have created a resolution that we encourage all nations to fully support. We have managed to talk about a wide range of topics such as international cooperation, the safety of journalists, defamation law, artificial intelligence, legal aid, hate speech, misrepresentation, training programs, and so on. This resolution contained 30 operative clauses by 8 nations and amendments by much more. It was a truly spectacular cooperation between all participating countries, and we thank them all for it. And while there is a few operative clauses that are partially vague and can be partially misconstrued, we believe that the pros outweigh the cons, and that we have done our duty towards the world and our duty towards each other, which is exactly the point of the spectacular and truly astonishing organisation known as the United Nations. Now, we hope all nations vote in favour. Thank you for listening, and we hope that this resolution helps all next generations and helps bring the world into a truly modern, democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to POIs?
Yes.
Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your plackets high now. Wow. DPRK, followed by Afghanistan, followed by Iran, followed by the People's Republic of Bangladesh, followed by France. DPRK, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for your lovely speech, Delegate. We would just like to ask, now in this resolution it says encourages the use of various media outlets. Now, since RAI is a 99% owned radio television outlet in Italy, and it is the most popular one there, how can the delegate propagate for free media when their most popular news station is owned by the government?
Could the chairs please ask the delegate to shorten and repeat the question?
Delegate, please do so.
Okay. So since RAI, Radio Television Italia, is owned 99% by the Italian government, isn't it quite sanctimonious that the delegate is currently propagating for free media outlets?
No, it is not in any way hypocritical, considering that in most countries there is public service media, considering there is necessary in order to have minimal information throughout their country. In Italy, there are numerous all kinds of press organizations with all kinds of political views, unlike, for example, in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, where there is literally one news agency. and therefore we believe that this accusation is simply absurd. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you. We'll be continuing with the delegation of Afghanistan. Please rise and then state your point.
Okay, we're just interested if the delegate of the Italian Republic would be open to respecting different nations' views that would, well, necessarily like align with Western views, and would the delegate of the Italian Republic be open to adding some other ideas?
We believe that freedom of rights, freedom of opinion and expression is unequivocal around the world. It doesn't affect culture. It doesn't affect anything related. We believe that that is international. Otherwise, we believe that cooperation with a country with differing cultural values is, of course, necessary in order to create full cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Going on, the delegation of Iran.
We were just wondering why the word censorship is used in the 5th clause of the resolution, even though the negative connotation of it has been discussed in the debates held in the HRC.
It was discussed in the HRC and it was voted against, considering that there is a different definition in the two cases between censorship and limitations. According to the Oxford Dictionary, censorship states the suppression or prohibition of any parts of books, films, news, etc. that are considered obscene, politically unacceptable, or a threat to security. But limitation is simply stated as limiting a rule or circumstance, a restriction. Therefore, we believe that in that context, censorship is the perfect word, and limitations would allow governments to restrict all kinds of media and all kinds of other differing sectors as well, while censorship is specific to media. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The People's Republic of Bangladesh. Delegate, please ask your point.
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for an outstanding speech, Delegate. Does the delegate of Italy recognize the fact that proposed resolution is full of rather contradictory statements and measures, such as operative clause number 1, which calls for complete acceptance by the international community of the right of every person to possess an opinion without any interference regarding any topic and have the right to express this point of view in any way, and operative clause number 22, which suggests UN member states to modify national law in order to provide stricter sanctions for private parties spreading misinformation on social media, which makes it rather ineffective and confusing, especially for those nations that struggle to maintain balance in their society.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. We would first of all like to state that in the first point, it's very clearly stated that it is in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, considering in cases of, for example, anything that is offensive to public morality, it is not considered press freedom or freedom of opinion and expression. As for the other operative clause, as we stated in our speech, in multiple cases there are a few operative clauses, for example 3, to be more specific, that have rather vague wording, but we do truly believe that it is in the best interest of this entire council to vote in favour regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, the delegation of France.
Thank you for the wonderful speech, Delegate, and thank you for the recognition. Does the delegate believe, even though Western nations have been falsely accused of spreading their propaganda in this resolution, every nation should vote in favor as they had a chance to change the resolution in the debate?
We fully agree with that statement and thank the French Republic for raising that statement.
Thank you very much. We suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
We yield the floor back to the presidency.
We'll allow one speech either in favor or against this resolution. So we would like to ask the question. Any delegation wishing to hold a speech in favor or against this resolution, please raise your placards high now. The Russian Federation, you have been recognized. Please approach the floor.
speaking time is limited to 2 minutes.
Dear Presidency, distinguished delegates, we would like to express our dissatisfaction with this resolution. A few of our appellate clauses have passed. Despite our best efforts, it is still full of Western propaganda. The West is accusing us of spreading misinformation, killing of multiple journalists, and not having freedom of speech and press in our country. We would like to say that the West is the one who is spreading misinformation, because all of these are false accusations. Many of the operative clauses are contradictory, therefore it would not be productive to vote in favor. Whoever votes in favor of this resolution is actively supporting terrorists, imperialists, and the spread of this and misinformation. Next, we would like to quote our beloved President Vladimir Putin to ensure everyone that Russia will continuously work towards the freedom of speech and press. Nobody and nothing will stop Russia on the road to strengthening democracy and ensuring human rights and freedoms. End of quote. All in all, we advise everyone to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Delegates, thank you. Is the delegate open to POIs?
No, we are not. We think we have said everything important in our speech.
Noted. Then we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
And with that, we'll conclude our open debate, and we will move into the voting procedure regarding this resolution as a whole. Any delegation wishing to vote in favor, please raise your placards high now. Thank you. Lower them. All those delegations wishing to vote against, please raise your placards high now. Thank you. Lower them. Any abstentions? Thank you. Lower them. Delegates, this will be in order after we have concluded the voting procedure. Firstly, there are 2 delegations that have not voted, unfortunately, and the quorum has not been met with 5 abstentions. So this resolution will fail unless we hear a motion. Thank you. We had 2 seconds and an objection. The delegation who objected, please raise and state your point.
The nations who abstained have every right to abstain, as the whole resolution is completely contradictory. All operative clauses are contradictory. There have been some good points made. However, there are also ones presented by the Italian delegate that are detrimental to the progress we've already made. Therefore, we believe that nations have every right to object to the resolution and to abstain as well.
Thank you, delegate, for the statement. The presidency has decided to overrule this because we believe that the nation's point of views had been presented during the debate, and if the resolution should be contradictory, that is due to the nation's own point of views, and thus we'll overrule this. The House is now divided. Abstentions are not in order, and now we'll retake the votes. All those delegations wishing to vote in favor, please raise your placards high now. Thank you. Lower them. All those against? Then, with 16 votes in favor and 15 against, the simple majority has been reached, and this resolution will also pass and will be part of the... Could we please finish our sentence before the Russian Federation raises any motions? So this resolution will pass and will be part of the BIMUN 2024 resolutions. And now, Hungary, could you please rise and explain your vote?
The delegation of Hungary believes that even though there are some clauses that contradict themselves, we believe that in the whole of the resolution, it brings more benefits, and it helps in the whole problem.
Thank you, Delegate.
That is in order. Norway, please rise and state why you voted the way you voted.
Thank you. Norway didn't participate in this committee and wasn't present at the resolution making. However, from the General Assembly speeches and the resolution as a whole, it seems like the resolution is very contradictory and therefore ineffective, and Norway cannot support this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move into a break. Yes, Delegate.
Chapter 15, Article 1, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure states that a simple majority is the 50% rounded down plus one vote of the quorum in the committee/council.
Delegate, because there are 31 delegations present, the simple majority would be 15.5, and because the 15% plus 1 is now 16, so rounded up to one number, thus the 16 simple majority has been reached and the resolution will pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. This will not be in order. The votes have been retaken twice, so now we'll not retake them anymore. This resolution has passed with the House divided, and delegates will now be moving into a break, exactly 1 hour long. We'll meet you at 13 o'clock, please.
Delegates, please come back by 1 p.m. and we will begin our next session. By then, the House is now dismissed. egy TikTok Risk Party mehet.
Delegates, please search your seats, and after that we'll begin our debate. To all those delegations who arrived late, we're very happy for doing so. We'll wait a little bit more time so that every single delegate can find their seats. And we miss pretty few delegates in the back maybe, so we hope that they'll arrive in no time. Badger utasítása. És így ide értem ezt akkor, hogy bocsánat, hogy ki lettél baszva. Beszoktad. Delegates, please sit down, find your seats. We will begin our session with a roll call, so if you hear your country's name, please say present. And after that, we'll calculate the quorum and also the simple majority according to the people and the countries present.
All right, so all those delegates who are present, please raise your placards when asked to do so. So, firstly, Arab Republic of Egypt, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Commonwealth of Australia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Federal Republic of Germany, Federative Republic of Brazil, French Republic, Hellenic Republic, Hungary, Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Italian Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Spain, People's Republic of Bangladesh, People's Republic of China, Republic of India, Republic of Korea, Republic of Indonesia, Republic of Poland, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Turkey, Russian Federation, State of Israel, State of Libya, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and last but not least, United States of America.
All right, delegates, due to some delegations still missing, we'll continue our session with the set simple majority and quorum. So with 29 delegates present, we have calculated that the simple majority will be set at 15 and the quorum will be set at 19. With so, we would like to continue with the Economic and Social Council's resolution. So we would like to ask the main submitter to come to the floor and deliver their speech regarding the resolution. Thank you very much. Please read out the resolution.
By the Human Rights Council and Resolution A-78/365 adopted by the General Assembly, recognizing the rapid advancements in automation and artificial intelligence, also referred to as AI technologies, and their potential to significantly impact the global workforce, acknowledging the importance of addressing the ethical implications of workforce automatization to ensure the protection of workers' rights and dignity, emphasizing the need for comprehensive frameworks to guide the development and implementation of workforce automatization initiatives, noting with concern the potential for job displacement and economic inequality resulting from widespread automation, reaffirming the commitment to promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all as outlined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, guided by the principles outlined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, particularly Article 23 regarding the right to work and just and favorable conditions of work. 1. advises all member nations to develop and implement comprehensive frameworks for workforce automatization that prioritize ethical considerations, such as but not limited to A, ensuring transparency and accountability in design and deployment of automated systems, B, safeguarding workers' rights, including 1, the right to fair wages, 2, the right to job security, 3, the right to protection from discrimination, C, establishing mechanisms for continuous monitoring and evaluation of the social and economic impacts of automation, D, promoting dialogue and collaboration between government, industry, academia, and civil society to address ethical challenges and concerns related to workforce automatization. 2, calls upon all member nations to prioritize the provision of reskilling and upskilling opportunities for workers affected by automation by inter alia A, investing in education and training programs, particularly in digital literacy, STEM fields, and soft skills that equip workers with the skills needed for emerging industries and occupations. B, ensuring accessibility and affordability of reskilling initiatives, particularly for marginalized and vulnerable groups, such as 1, low-income workers, 2, unemployed and underemployed workers, 3, youths and young adults new to the labor market, 4, racial and ethnic minorities. C, fostering partnerships between employers, educational institutions, and government agencies to facilitate seamless transitions for displaced workers. D, offering new programs in universities that provide deeper education in the field of artificial intelligence. E, offering funding for existing programs. F, encouraging children to pursue a career in this field from an early age by 1, teaching them to use the already available AI generative tools, 2, offering workshops that will give them more insight that will possibly interest them in the topic. G, creating training courses on the topic for workers that 1, are interested in expanding their education, 2, needed to improve their performance at their job, 3, are currently unemployed and could find a career option in the field. 3, encourages international cooperation and knowledge sharing on best practices for managing the ethical implications of workforce automatization and providing reskilling education, including through A, establishing platforms for sharing experiences, lessons learned, and innovative approaches to address the social and economic challenges posed by automation. B, supporting initiatives that promote the exchange of expertise and resources between developed and developing countries. C, collaborating with relevant international organizations and stakeholders to develop guidelines and standards for ethical automation and reskilling education. 4, recommends the establishment of national funds in economically developed member states that are willing to assist workers displaced due to automation, facilitating job transition, and providing access to re-employment services to mitigate the adverse effects of automation on individuals and communities by implementing transition assistance programs to support workers who may face displacement due to automation, which can include A, financial assistance, B, job placement services, C, career counseling, D, support for entrepreneurship and self-employment initiatives. 5, invites member nations to adopt principles for responsible artificial intelligence development and deployment in line with ethical considerations, including measures to A, address bias in AI systems, B, protect workers and citizens' privacy in the age of automation and AI, including 1, the development and implementation of relevant legal frameworks, 2, mechanisms to protect personal data, C, ensure the safety and security of AI systems. 6, supports capacity building and technology transfer initiatives in developing nations to enable them to effectively harness the benefits of automation while addressing potential challenges unique to their contexts, thus fostering inclusive and sustainable development. 7, calls for the establishment of an international regulatory body to oversee artificial intelligence development and deployment, composed of representatives from member nations and relevant stakeholders, and empowered to A, develop and maintain a comprehensive framework for ethical AI development and deployment, incorporating principles of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. B, regularly review and update said regulatory framework in response to technological advancements, emerging ethical challenges, and evolving societal needs, ensuring its relevance and effectiveness in safeguarding human rights and promoting ethical AI practices. C, monitor compliance with the established framework, conduct regular audits, and assess the ethical implications of AI technologies across different sectors and contexts upon compliance from the member nation concerned. D, investigate and report to the Secretary General instances of ethical violations of or harmful impacts resulting from AI deployment, including bias, discrimination, and breaches of privacy. E, facilitate information sharing and collaboration among member states, international organizations, and industry stakeholders to promote responsible AI utilization and foster cross-border cooperation. 8, affirms that all member states must conduct proper use of AI within their respective nations to ensure collective security and inclusion with boundaries such as but not limited to the A, prohibition of the use of artificial intelligence to hijack other nations' militaries, B, exclusion of disinformation spread throughout nations' education systems, C, regulation of AI across member states through strict regulation, D, mandated use of international sources to ensure the equal representation of knowledge from all regions, and nations. 9. Encourages the development of United Nations Fund that covers the upfront costs to aid in funding the transition to automation in a socially responsible manner and ensure the conditions of fair and sustainable competition to maximize the number of beneficiaries by the A. Contribution of 1. Every member state to the International Monetary Fund, 3. The World Bank, 4. Other financial institutions, B. Distribution of funds proportionally to the size of the country's economy. 10. Calls upon the International Labour Organization, ILO, to help member nations achieve the goals set above by inter alia. A. Helping in the drafting of workplace automatization-related laws and regulations upon request. B. Collaborating with national organizations and agencies upon request. C. Regularly reviewing the state of workplace automatization and its implications on the workforce in all member nations. D. Establishing a follow-up mechanism under the auspices of the United Nations to monitor the implementation of this resolution and to assess its impact on the enhancement of reskilling and upskilling practices related to workplace automatization and workers' rights. 11. Further recommends all member states to implement protection by calling upon companies to A. Give its employees at least half a year's notice before dismissal due to automation, B. Provide redundancy pay, C. Consult with workers. 12. Calls for the prevention of AI bias to refrain from spreading misinformation and to protect cultures and languages by A. Ensuring that the training data used to develop AI models are diverse and representative of the population they aim to serve, B. Developing algorithms that are explicitly designed to promote fairness and mitigate bias, C. Making sure that AI models are not only using English language datasets but also information from sources in other languages. 13. Recognizes the unique heritage and cultural significance of ancient and culturally rich countries in order to preserve cultural identity and historical relevance, therefore calling for proactive development of workforce and economic growth through artificial intelligence while respecting the individual pace of older nations. 14. Suggests the creation of an international council for cybersecurity that would operate in all United Nations member nations, thus ensuring the protection of civilian rights for everyone, with different councils that would have different benches meant for A. Defending the nation's operational systems / networks from hacker attacks, B. Blocking and regulating the use of commercial spyware systems meant for invigilation, example Pegasus, published by NSO Group. 15. Calls upon all member nations to establish a well-designed competition law ensuring equal chances to developed and developing countries for prosperity leading to the creation of new jobs. 16. Suggests the creation of a UN-funded program, United Nations Agricultural Automation Management Program, UNAAMP, which aims to A. Provide privately owned agricultural sectors with 1. Resources that are necessary for moderate automation, 2. Funds for the implementation of modern technologies in underdeveloped agriculture, 3. Practices that are to be carried out with regards to modernization. B. Monitor how funds are spent to prevent corrupt behavior. C. Provide technical support with regards to the 1. Reskilling of workers in the sector, 2. Adaptation of modern technologies. 17. Calls upon all nations to create an internet website for their own country and jointly for an international one where people are constantly informed about which jobs will be endangered due to automation in the near future, with specifications inter alia. A. It should be updated monthly. B. It will be funded and maintained by the United Nations. C. Countries can get help if needed. The professionals will be designated by the United Nations. 18. Calls upon the creation of strict regulations on usage of artificial intelligence in the private sector. This would ensure that nobody could use such technology for illegal purposes, for example, creation of weaponry or planning terrorist attacks that can be more precise than the human mind. These regulations would include A. A ban of unregulated creation of AI. B. Companies creating such technology would be responsible for content that these programs generate, and this would be supervised by the United Nations. 19. Suggests all member states to encourage companies to educate their workers on the usage of AI and ensure they are fit to work complementary with artificial intelligence within their workplace by A. Workshops within or outside of working hours, B. Inviting professionals who specialize in a given work field, C. Creating other learning opportunities for their workers within or outside of their jobs. 20. Suggests if both parents in the family lose their jobs due to automation and at least one of them has started a retraining course provided by the United Nations or their country, the United Nations will financially support these families during the course, while support will be personalized for each family as such. A. It will matter how many children the family raises and the support will increase depending on that. B. The support also depends on the financial background and financial stability of the family. C. The support will be assessed by a competent organization which will be selected by the given country or, if necessary, the United Nations. And in addition to the previously mentioned aspects, D. The size of the support will be decided by many other factors. The support is also received by the family if one of the parents has to stay at home to raise the sole children or has to stay at home because of a child with a disability in order to avoid fraud. It is a responsibility of the country to ensure that only families who meet the criteria and complete the retraining course should receive financial support. Honorable Secretariat, President of the General Assembly, Deputy President of the General Assembly, distinguished fellow delegates, hardworking members of the staff and press, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. The United States of America, as the main submitter of the resolution debated in the Economic and Social Council, is extremely delighted and proud of what we achieved in our committee. Although our topic was a bit consensual, as in everyone agreed on most of our ideas, we had a great debate in which everyone contributed to making our world a better place for all. The United States strongly believes that the United Nations is all about cooperation and compromise. We debated on and accepted numerous impactful amendments that managed to elaborate on, enhance, and modify the meaning of our draft resolution. We would like to especially appreciate the continuous support of the delegations of the Republic of Korea, the Republic of Poland, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Hellenic Republic, the Republic of France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Ukraine, the Republic of Italy, and all other member nations we do not have the time to properly mention today. We urge in the strongest terms all member states to support this resolution that was passed in the Economic Social Council with an overwhelming majority, supported by all nations, regardless of political, ideological, and religious views and beliefs. Let us place progress over politics for the sake of international cooperation and creating a better place for workers, citizens, and nations alike. Thank you. We are open to any and all points of information.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, followed by the Russian Federation. DPRK, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your lovely speech, Delegate. How would AI technologies surveil the population safely without infringing on any privacy laws?
The delegation of the United States of America strongly rejects any proposal that aims to monitor citizens infringing upon their rights to privacy as established in the Article 23 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We oppose any such regulations.
Motion for follow-up?
Granted.
Thank you. So the problem with the statement of the United States is that AI technologies that are used for service prevalences already infringe on personal privacy laws made by the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR.
The General Data Protection Regulation does not apply to the United States of America nor to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It is a regulation accepted by the European Union and thus only has any legislative effect on the European Union member states.
Thank you.
Thank you. Russian Federation.
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for the speech, Delegate. As the delegate knows, the United States has committed multiple cyber attacks on multiple nations. For example, in June 2010, Iran was the victim of a cyber attack when its nuclear facility in Natanz was infiltrated by the cyber bomb Stuxnet, or in 2013, a former systems administrator for the CIA revealed that the United States government has hacked into Chinese mobile phone companies to collect text messages and had spied on Tsinghua University, one of China's biggest research institutions. In regards to this, why does the US support Operative Clause number 14, which is defending the nation's operational systems, paranetworks, from hacker attacks?
Delegate, we believe that every nation has their right to self-defense as established in the United Nations Charter, and thus we support any efforts in the United Nations to reinforce and support member nations' own efforts to protect their own cyber networks, which may be closely connected to their national security and sovereignty. We would like to remind the delegate that what the delegate has stated about alleged CIA operations are just merely allegations. We could bring up numerous other instances where the Russian Federation has allegedly committed cyber attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure connected to their brutal, unjustified, and aggressive invasion into Ukraine.
Motion for follow-up.
Granted.
So as the delegate may well know, in 2019 the FBI purchased the license for Pegasus, and in July 2021 it was revealed that the phone numbers of about a dozen US citizens, including diplomats, journalists and aid workers and dissident expatriates, were on a list of prospective targets for Pegasus infiltration. This shows that the US is actively using Pegasus, so then why would they support Operative Clause number 14, which is blocking and regulating the use of commercial spyware systems meant for invigilation? Example, Pegasus, published by NSO Group.
The delegate quite clearly knows our answer to this question because this topic was extensively debated in the Economic and Social Council. So now we would like to clarify to the entire General Assembly that although it is undisputed that the United States government may have used these kinds of technologies before, right now, according to a presidential decree, an executive order issued by President Biden in the last 4 months ago, we believe, explicitly bans the use of commercial spyware for the United States government. That includes the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the American Central Intelligence Agency as well.
Thank you. Is the delegate open to more POIs?
Any and all.
Are there any such in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. Germany have been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition and the fine speech, delegate. Would the delegate of the United States of America agree with Germany that allegations on cybersecurity attacks and concerns about civil rights are quite rich, coming from the DPRK and the Russian Federation?
We wholeheartedly agree, delegate. We believe that these countries preaching most in the last few minutes about human rights and international law are the ones that are alleged to be infringing upon exactly those the most, and we believe that it is hypocritical as well. Yes.
The delegate is very glad we agree. Thank you for your answer.
There has been a right of reply raised from the Russian Federation. We hope the Russian Federation can understand, according to rules of procedure, right of reply can only be raised to the delegate on the podium, so we hope that the Russian Federation raises it to the USA. Then please state your point.
So the delegate has claimed that it was hypocritical. So the delegate has claimed that it is hypocritical from us coming that the U.S. committed cyber attacks when they accused us of that we've allegedly made and attacked other nations via cyber attacks, and this is highly offensive to our nation because these are simply allegations. There isn't any proof to this, so we would like the delegate of the US to apologize because this was highly offensive to our nation.
Right of response?
Granted.
We would like to emphasize that in our speech, to be perfectly clear, that we are not accusing directly the Russian Federation of anything, exactly because of their raised right of reply. We would like to clarify, though, that the Russian Federation, because of these allegations and their aggressive stance against them, got kicked out of the Human Rights Council on April 7th, 2022. In a resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, some highlights from that: it deplores on the strongest terms the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine in violation of Article 2 of the United Nations Charter, and all possible war crimes in Ukraine that has their own investigations in the International Criminal Court, and also the United Nations Human Rights Council has their own investigations as well. We believe that merely stating accusations that are very well founded, because the United Nations itself and several international organizations are investigating upon these claims, we believe that it is not in any way offensive.
Please come to your closing remarks.
It is not in any way offensive, or at least or at least untrue or unfounded.
And the presidency's decision was, or is, that a public apology would not be needed because the delegate merely stated, please don't clap in the General Assembly, because the delegate merely stated UN information, which was also extinguished by the UN, and thus we believe that the Russian delegate doesn't clearly need an apology for the UN sources, basically. Thank you very much. We would suggest to the delegate to yield the floor back to the presidency.
We would like to yield the floor to the delegate of Poland.
Perfect, then Poland, you have been recognized. Please approach the floor and deliver your speech regarding the resolution.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Presidency, highly esteemed chairs, fellow delegates, excellencies. When transformation is done right, it's like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, fascinating and pleasant for everyone. The fourth industrial revolution, defined this time by the implication of artificial intelligence in numerous fields, is not bad. After all, it's inevitable. Our responsibility as the Economic and Social Council was to address, discuss, and build, with the cooperation of every nation, a comprehensive framework to mitigate the negative effects of digitalization. As a delegate of Poland, I would like to start with a very special acknowledgement and a warm thanks to the delegate of the United States for the excellent and professional draft resolution that gave a basis for our debates. Secondly, we would like to appreciate the valuable contribution of every member state and are happy to say we reached a consensus on the matter of artificial intelligence. As the outcome of the sessions, with a special regard to the Sustainable Development Goals, we built a framework ensuring reskilling and upskilling education for workers, financial aid facilitating the transition of developing economies, and last but not least, competition on the global market. A clear message of this resolution is that economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection can only be reached through international cooperation. We call upon every delegation to remember, rules are not decided by the machines, they are decided by us. Here, by supporting this resolution, we can make sure that new technologies are used for the sake of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to points of information?
No, we deem that every question was addressed and asked in a very clear way. Thank you.
Then please yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded back.
Thank you very much. We'll listen to one more speech regarding to the resolution. So if any delegations would like to hold a speech of the resolution of the Economic and Social Council, please raise your placards high now. South Korea, you've been recognized. Please approach the podium.
Honorable President, Deputy President, chairs, esteemed delegates, and wonderful administration and staff. The delegate will keep it brief, but we would implore all nations to vote in favor of this resolution, as it has addressed many, if not all, of the concerns posed by nations prior to our debates. Although the resolution was thorough before, it has become a detailed testament to the importance of mitigating the effects of technological advancement on workers. It has included clauses from Eastern and Western nations alike and allowed for the international cooperation aimed for by the submitting nations. The initial concerns of inclusivity, security, and specificity were all dealt with through a number of clause additions and amendments, all making this resolution stronger. We have met all our aims, and there are, in the delegate's opinion, no nations in the committee who have not in some way or another contributed to the creation of this resolution. In voting for this resolution, nations are taking a large step towards ensuring working rights through the next wave of automation, and so we therefore encourage all delegates to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to POIs?
No.
Then we suggest yield the floor back to the presidency.
So yielded.
And since we still have time for the ECOSOC Council, we would suggest every delegation to raise their placards high if they would like to hold another speech related to the topic. So the question is, Does any delegation would like to hold a speech relating to the topic? That will be granted. Before the voting procedures, we will do another roll call because many nations and member states just arrived after the previous roll call. So, well, it's for the best of us. So, I'll start. Arab Republic of Egypt. Thank you. Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Commonwealth of Australia. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Federal Republic of Germany, Federative Republic of Brazil, French Republic, Hellenic Republic, Hungary, Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, going on, Italian Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Spain, People's Republic of Bangladesh, People's Republic of China, Republic of India, Republic of Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Republic of Poland, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Turkey, Russian Federation, no comment. State of Israel, State of Israel, State of Libya, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. With 27 delegations present, the simple majority will be set to 14 member states, and the quorum will be set at 18 member states. Thank you very much. And moving into the voting procedure, all those delegations wishing to vote in favor of this resolution, please raise your placards high now. Thank you, lower them. Thank you, lower them. All those against? Thank you, lower them. Any abstentions? Thank you. With 20 votes in favor, 1 against, and 2 against, and 4 abstentions, this is 5 abstentions. This resolution clearly passes and will become part of the BIMUN 2024 resolutions. Clapping is in order.
All right, and now we will move on to the last resolution that is going to be debated at the General Assembly. So I would like to ask the representative of the Security Council to stand up and deliver their speech at the podium.
May we read the resolution?
Yes.
1. Calls for India and Pakistan to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty to ease tensions and the fear regarding the negative use of nuclear energy. 2. A. Maintain stability in international diplomatic relations. B. Decrease worldwide concerns surrounding indigenous people. 2. Ask India and Pakistan to cooperate in organizing and carrying out a public plebiscite in Jammu and Kashmir, which would A. decide on whether the region should be administered by India or Pakistan. B. Comply with the conditions set up by the UNESCO in Resolution 47. 3. Decides the oversight and investigation of the case of the Indus Water Treaty by the United Nations, seeing the outdated approaches regarding water sustainability and permitted infrastructural activities at the riverside, with the investigation aiming to A. Assess the maximal water usage of the rivers in the Indus Basin, where the river system can remain sustainable.
B, evaluate the water security situation of both Pakistan and India. C, assess the runoff of the rivers mentioned in the Indus Water Treaty and define a permitted amount of storable water. D, take the interests of all parties concerned into consideration by involving investigators from all sides within the process. E, include neutral supervision from a third party to be engaged in water resource management of the Indus River by I, ensuring that neither the Indian administered part of Kashmir nor Pakistan control maliciously with dams how much water flows to the other party. I, overseeing that the ratio of the shed water is fair and justified. I, examining the correct implementation of the Indus Water Treaty, which sets out a mechanism for cooperation and information exchange between the two countries regarding their use of the rivers. And IV, annually report to the United Nations. 4. Calls upon the governments of India and Pakistan to A. Immediately cease all hostilities along the line of control and the international border and reaffirm their commitment to the 2003 ceasefire agreement. B. Resume bilateral dialogue without preconditions with the aim of addressing outstanding issues, including Kashmir, through peaceful means and in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolution. C. Enhance people-to-people contacts and cultural exchanges between India and Pakistan, including through the expansion of visa facilities and the promotion of tourism, sports, and educational exchanges. D. Strengthen bilateral mechanism for crisis management and confidence building, including regular meetings between military and diplomatic officials to prevent and manage potential crises. E. Engage with regional and international actors, including the United Nations, the P5 nation, and the European Union to facilitate dialogue and mediation efforts between India and Pakistan and to support initiatives aimed at promoting peace and stability in South Asia. F. Explore the possibility of establishing a South Asian Regional Security Dialogue Forum with the participation of all relevant stakeholders. 2. I. Address common security challenges. I. Promote cooperative security measures in the region. And G. The international community, including regional organizations, neighboring countries, and relevant stakeholders to support the efforts of India and Pakistan to de-escalate tensions and advance the cause of peace and stability in South Asia. 5. Calls upon India and Pakistan to fully implement existing agreements and confidence-building measures, including the Simla Agreement and the Lahore Declaration, and to refrain from any actions that may jeopardize peace and stability in Kashmir and the broader South Asian region. 6. Emphasizes the need for a demilitarized zone at the line of control consisting of A. A 5-kilometer wide safe zone around the line of control on both sides, comprising a total of 10 kilometers, to prevent border conflicts from further escalating. B. Peacekeeping troops of the United Nations distributing 20% of the necessary troops from each P5 member state in the DMZ to ensure the neutrality on the matter. And C. The gradual retreat of Indian and Pakistani troops from the perimeter of the DMZ so as not to provoke any outbursts of violence. 7. Urges the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the Republic of India to officially become legal parties of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons to prevent the unrestrained spread of nuclear weapons, which has been an important matter of other binding agreements that both nations already signed. 8. Request that the United Nations peacekeeping mission at the line of control remain active until the results of the plebiscite among the population of the two regions will successfully be adopted, if the results are to be published after the 31 months expire, given the violent nature and the gravity of the dispute. 9. Further invites the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to formally join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Emplacement of Nuclear Weapons and Other Weapons of Mass Destruction on the seabed and the ocean floor and in the subsoil, thereof to limit the deployment of weapons of mass destruction on the ocean floor. 10. Calls for the creation of a United Nations program titled Brighter Future for the Victims of Cross-Border Terrorism and the Kashmiri Conflict, BFVCBTKC, and funded by the International Monetary Fund, which would offer humanitarian aid to the citizens of the Kashmir region who have been highly affected by the unlawful attacks of insurgents and terrorist groups such as A. Support for the displaced, like I. Setting up provisional campsites, I. Establishing temporary medical centers and schools, I. Offering legal assistance, V. Providing employment opportunities, and V. Reconstruction of vital parts of the infrastructure, and B. Basic needs of the population, for instance, I. Clean drinking water, I. Food rations, and III medicine. 11, strongly condemns the use of nuclear weapons by any nation in cases of escalating conflict in the region of Jammu and Kashmir or any territories currently controlled by the Islamic Republic of Pakistan or the People's Republic of China. 12, reaffirms the need for free, only purposefully inspected and not over-regulated trade between the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the Republic of India, which has already been an important matter to the World Trade Organization, which since 1995 has failed to firmly establish, while also tolerating the outrageous violation of its laws by certain member states to ensure the A, development of the most economically neglected regions, B, long-term positives of free trade, and C, delivery of many essential goods to the chosen provinces. 13, invites the Republic of India to recognize the status of the Kashmir region as a Muslim majority, with the Indian-controlled territory being the only non-Hindus majority of the state. 14, authorizes the establishment of a body funded by the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations Kashmir Watch Organization, UNKWO, a close partner of the UNHAF, subject to the duty of A, delivering sufficient humanitarian aid if needed, B, constantly monitoring the situation regarding the security of Jammu and Kashmir, and C, providing and analyzing important data regarding the distribution of common resources in the region, as access to them is becoming harder year by year. 15, urges all parties involved to refrain from any further provocative actions that could pose any threat to the security and well-being of people living on either side of the line of control, regardless of their religious background. 16, urges the re-establishment and strengthening of bilateral diplomatic relations between nations bordering the region of Jammu and Kashmir, including the holding of periodic meetings between representatives of their government to assess the impact of this resolution. 17, urges the international community to hold Pakistan or India accountable for its support and sponsorship of terrorist groups targeting either India or Pakistan if incontrovertible evidence were to emerge, and calls for the imposition of diplomatic and economic pressure on Pakistan or India to cease such activities by using targeted sanctions and restrictions against the responsible members of government and armed forces, such as A, freezing of assets, B, travel bans, C, restriction of financial transaction and diplomatic isolation. 18, decides to extend the mandate of the United Nations Military Observer Group in India and Pakistan to further promote peace and stability in the area by A, establishing hotlines between Indian and Pakistani military headquarters to improve and direct communication, empowering UNMOGIP with mediator roles to further de-escalate the tension between nations, increasing the number of observers to 100, and finally D, expand the technological capabilities of the mission by implementing thermal images, night vision, binoculars, sophisticated short and medium range radars, satellite monitoring, low light television systems, weather balloons, and unattended ground sensors, which would help detect ceasefire violations and militarization along the line of control. 19, calls upon all member nations, especially the involved states in the region of Kashmir, Jammu, Punjab, and other bordering areas, to fight against terrorism and cooperate actively in counter-terrorism actions by inter alia, A, sharing all information regarding terrorist activities by alerting the appointed mission, B, accepting aids from willing nations in forms of technological assistance, training programs and trainees for local officers, border patrol assistance and rehabilitation programs, C, joint mission and defense projects with Pakistan and India to promote dual military solutions, invites diplomats and representatives of the regional administrations in Kashmir to hold annual meetings supervised by representatives of the Security Council, which are to be held in the appropriate UN bodies, such as the United Nations Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs, relating to the UNSC in the nations of the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, and the United States of America in this order, addressing any possible concerns and issues regarding economic or political stability, such as, but not limited to, A, observing and analyzing ongoing developments and changes in the Indo-Pakistani relations, including progress towards peace and any emerging challenges. B, providing a platform for open and constructive discussions on the current situation in the region, including diplomatic efforts, security concerns, and humanitarian issues. C, sharing ideas, proposals, and strategies for fostering dialogue, building trust, and advancing the peace process between India and Pakistan with the aim of achieving a sustainable and lasting resolution to the long-standing conflict. 21, demands the organization of a plebiscite among the population of the province of Indian-controlled Kashmir as no later than 5 years after the signing of this resolution, conducted by a designated United Nations committees comprised of non-politically affiliated representatives elected by the General Assembly of the United Nations to guarantee the Kashmiris' decisional autonomy regarding their future national adherence, in which they would vote upon adhering to the Republic of India or the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. 22 decides to remain actively seized on the matter. Esteemed Secretariat, distinguished presidency, honorable chairs, fellow delegates, lovely members of the staff, press, and organizing team, ladies and gentlemen. The People's Republic of China has proposed this resolution and is delighted to have brought it to the General Assembly to be debated upon and to be voted. Now, as the solutions we propose in this resolution target problems spanning from security to legal concerns to the well-being and safety of people and to medical aid and military assistance in the region. We believe that by voting for and in favor of this resolution that we would finally reach measures that are to be implemented in while restricting and further solving the conflict between the nations of India and Pakistan. Now, we believe that by organizing a plebiscite that finally the Indian Republic's obligations to the United Nations will be fulfilled, as most of the delegates present probably know about Resolution 47, and we also propose the DMZ that is to meet the requests of the resolution in order for the plebiscite to take place. Now, we have provided medical aid in this resolution and also other solutions that have been not approached in the past to lessen the tensions. We are encouraging the nations to sign the non-proliferation on the nuclear weapons treaty, and we have, alongside other nations in our committee, fulfilled our own responsibilities to the United Nations to promote peace and security. Now, by collaborating on this resolution with various other nations, we believe that all concerns were heard and that there is no reason for any nation to doubt the intention, as all the P5 members were involved and the countries of India and Pakistan have also been a part of crafting this beautiful resolution. Now, to reach our closing remarks, we encourage everyone to vote in favor and ask any questions if they need clarification on the reasoning behind these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Any and all.
If there are any in the House, please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
We would like to yield the floor to the delegate of the Russian Federation.
That is in order. So the Russian Federation, you're recognized.
Honorable Presidency of the General Assembly, Deputy President of the General Assembly, lovely members of staff and press, fellow esteemed delegates. The Russian Federation wholeheartedly welcomes the great resolution of the Security Council on the issue of de-escalating the long-lasting tensions between India and Pakistan. Since 1998, the tensions have reached a record high, and as all delegates know, this couldn't go unnoticed in such an important committee as the Security Council. And in fact, it didn't. The committee accepted many clauses regarding the importance of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Moreover, all nations, even including the Western ones, recognize the tragic situation of the civilian population of Kashmir and Jammu by highlighting the need for sustained free trade between the states in question. We also had some interesting and great debates regarding the usefulness of the World Trade Organization, or rather its lack. And the violations of its basic principles as stated by previous clauses. To finish our speech, we want to reiterate that throughout history, the Russian nation has always been a strong advocate for the least cruel and most diplomatic solution to all international problems. Contrary to some Western states, we hope to continue this tradition of ours, hence we ask all nations present in this room to vote in favor of this excellent resolution. Thank you. We are open to all and any points of information. Slava Rossiya.
Order in the House, delegates. If there are any operative clauses, points of information in the House, please raise your placards high now. Germany, you're recognized. It's working.
Can we ask the delegate of the Russian Federation to refrain from using any more comments on the Western countries, because we already debated on this topic and we got a formal apology twice from the Russian Federation?
Well, we must first thank for the great question of the German delegate, as there is a clear need for highlighting facts. So the two right of replies that the delegate mentioned were due to the UN being biased to Western member states, and they clearly do not have to do anything with our opening speech nor the resolution as a whole. And also the delegate of Germany asked us to refrain from commenting on Western states, but delegate, how can we not condemn and question the acts of, for example, the Kievian regime, the same regime that in 2014 has ousted their democratically elected president? How can we not comment on these violations of human rights? How can we not? We do acknowledge that the German delegate perhaps disagrees, even if we present facts, as has been done by us during previous debates. But we still think that even if some member states disagree with facts, we still need to reiterate the message and state them clearly and precisely. We do not agree to such acts and such deeds that clearly violate international agreements and laws. Thank you.
Motion for a follow-up?
That is granted.
Thank you for recognition again. We would like to ask would the Russian Federation agree for making these comments in the committees if the delegate has a problem with the UN, and not making any more comments on the Western countries and making the points about the UN if he has problems with that?
As the delegate may be aware, there is a thing called freedom of speech and expression. Perhaps it's not the most important part in German legislature, but it's the most important part in Russian legislature and in the Russian constitution. As the delegate might be aware, part of the freedom of speech and expression is the right of the self to determine whether they want to comment on the said things or they do not want. Perhaps if the delegate wants to change these laws, then they can appeal to the court in Hague or other courts around the world, but as seen right now, the current international agreements apply, and if the delegate doesn't want to comply with them, then they shouldn't ask the Russian Federation to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. People's Republic of China, you're recognized.
We would like to thank the delegate of Russia for their amazing speech and thank them for their support of the People's Republic of China. Now we would like to ask the delegate of the Russian Federation, does the delegate think that the Western rhetoric is more and more apparent even during the General Assembly than it was in the sessions of the Security Council?
Yes, absolutely. We must first thank for the great question of the delegate. As has been shown during the previous debates in our committee, but also during the General Assembly, mostly Western nations engage in a rhetoric that's outrageous, violent, and clearly against all human rights and principles of the UN. This can be seen by, for example, the rhetoric of the German delegate, who is dismissing open facts, agreements, and laws that are forming the principles of diplomacy around the world. Hence, we ask these Western nations present here today, and also not present here today, to reconsider whether they actually want to use this dangerous rhetoric against such lawful and actually not illegitimate regimes as the current regime in Moscow. Thank you.
We would like to thank the delegate.
Thank you. Is the delegate still open to points of information?
All and any.
Are there any in the House? Please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, we suggest the delegate to yield the floor back to the
Yield the floor back. Slava Russia.
With that, are there any nations wishing to hold a speech on either for or against this resolution, or maybe two speeches either for or against the resolution submitted by the Security Council? If so, please raise your placards high now. We're going to entertain the delegate of Pakistan, followed by France, followed by Brazil. Delegate of Pakistan, you're recognized.
Speaking time is 2 minutes.
Honorable President of the General Assembly and dear Deputy President of the General Assembly, dear chairs, fellow delegates and organizers, we are more than happy to stand here at the podium, have the floor, and discuss the conflict between India and our nation, Pakistan, on the platform of the General Assembly, as it is a long-running problem that disrupts the peace and security of South Asia. We regard it as paramount to engage in international discussion on the matter, as multilateral dialogue and neutral mediation could be the footstone of the de-escalation of tension, as it has been highlighted by this resolution as well. We believe that such talks would boost bilateral cooperation as well. Correspondingly, it has been encouraged by several clauses of the resolution. Furthermore, these clauses take into account the well-being of all the affected citizens of both countries, directly approaching the risk of, for instance, inaccessibility to adequate water. Additionally, it acts on the protection of victims, aid provision, economic support of the region, emphasizes the importance of the will of the dwellers, and focuses on demilitarization. To boot, we appreciate that the clauses are not one-sided and advocate for the inclusion of Muslim-majority regions, such as Kashmir, in their implementation. Moreover, it brings up the vitality of previous agreements, treaties, and UN resolutions vis-à-vis the disputes. Incidentally, despite having to make compromises, we are devoted to cooperation not only with India, but with other member states of the UN, and thereby we encourage each fellow member state to vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Yes, we are.
If there are any in the House, please raise your placards now.
We yield the floor back to the presidency.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will move on to the speech of France, Delegate of France. So, Delegate of France, you're recognized.
Honorable Presidents of the General Assembly, Honorable Deputy President of the General Assembly, Honorable Chairs, esteemed delegates, lovely staff, press and organizers, dear guests. First of all, we want to thank the delegate of the People's Republic of China for proposing this resolution. We, the French Republic, stand to our principles: liberté, égalité et fraternité, liberty, equality, fraternity. Those important ground principles should apply to every citizen and nation in the world. Unfortunately, tensions between India and Pakistan regarding the Kashmir region in South Asia have made it difficult to provide such principles for the citizens living there. In our sessions, we have discussed various and wide-ranging ideas to de-escalate those tensions and furthermore promote peace and security, such as including the role of the citizens by establishing plebiscites, asking India and Pakistan to sign treaties such as the Non-Proliferation Treaty or to fully implement a similar agreement in order to minor the risk of military weapons to be used in this conflict, encouraging international cooperation and supporting a bilateral dialogue between both India and Pakistan, providing humanitarian aid to all of those in need. We have had fruitful debates on those operative clauses. As it is known in the Security Council, every one of the P5 nations has a right to veto, including the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United States of America, and us, the French Republic. Therefore, every one of the P5 nations has to be in favor of any operative clause to pass. To make this happen, we have agreed on compromises that made this international cooperation possible. We are going to vote in favor of this resolution, and we encourage every delegation present to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information?
Yes, but only one.
Is there one point of information in the House? If so, please raise your placards high now. PRC, you're recognized.
We thank the delegate of France for their speech. Now we were wondering, would the delegate agree with the fact that the complaints and the needs of every country was met by the P5 nations during the fruitful debate sessions, as they mentioned, and that no requests were ignored during the debate sessions?
Of course, we would agree on that.
We thank the delegate.
Thank you, delegate. We suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
We yield the floor back to the president.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the speech of the delegate of Brazil. So Brazil, you're recognized.
Honorable Presidency, chairs, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Federative Republic of Brazil, a nation committed to peace and diplomacy, thank you, we stand in support of the resolution aimed at resolving the long-lasting Kashmir conflict. The main objective of the resolution is to find a solution to the tension in Kashmir through diplomatic means, in accordance with international law and taking into account of the needs of the people affected by the tension in the region. We call on all member states to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is the delegate open to any points of information in the House?
No.
Seeing that the delegate is not open, we suggest you yield the floor back to the presidency.
The floor is yielded.
Thank you. And are there any other nations wishing to hold a speech in favor or against the resolution submitted by the Security Council? If so, please raise your placards high now. Seeing that there are none, we will move on to the voting procedure on the last resolution. So all those nations wishing to vote in favor of the resolution of the Security Council, please raise your placards high now. Thank you. You can lower them. All those against? Thank you. All those abstaining?
Thank you.
Thank you. So with 22 votes in favor, 0 against, and 5 abstentions, this resolution passes and will be a part of BIMUN conference resolution, so clapping is in order.
All right, delegates, with going through every single resolution submitted by the beginner and intermediate committees / councils, we would like to actually conclude our General Assembly today. We are still waiting for a guest speaker who would explain his point of view of the topics and geopolitics happening in the world. But until that moment, we would like to give you basically another opportunity for Barnos to speak because he asked for it.
So if there are any nations wishing to hold a speech on BIMUN as a conference as a whole regarding their countries' policies on what they saw in BIMUN, feel free to do so. So if there are any nations wishing to hold a speech like that, please raise your placards high now. Afghanistan, you're recognized.
I'll just leave it like that. Honorable Presidency and esteemed fellow delegates, we are very happy that we were able to represent all our opinions and make all our policies clear to everyone. We would like to state that although at first we were a bit confused as why we are here, but we are very grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, delegate. All right, so we're gonna have a short 5-minute break, but we would like to ask everybody to come back at 2:10, where we will have our last extremely short session and the conclusion of the General Assembly. So yes, the House is now dismissed. Come back in 5 minutes.
14:10. Thank you.
Működik már, igen.
Boo.
Boo. Működik.
Please take your seats.
Yeah.
Delegates, please take your seats.
Nem, introduce-olhatod te sok.
Jó van. Királyság. Delegates, time is ticking and we do not have such more, so please take your seats and now listen to the guest speaker. We have invited a well-known Russian diplomat here to deliver a speech about geopolitics and the current standings in the world, so please welcome him, and after that you'll have maybe an opportunity to ask very brief and few questions. And until that, please pay attention to his speech. Delegates, now order in the House. Thank you very much. The Russian diplomat may start.
Honorable President of the General Assembly, Honorable Deputy President of the General Assembly, welcomed guests, dear delegates, hardworking members of the staff, and hardworking members of the tech team, hardworking members of the press. Let me introduce you, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome you all at this great day, great conference, amazing conference. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me. Thank you for the Russian Federation for having me. We would like to tell you how the world looks under the presidency of Crooked Joe, terrible president. If he was here standing today, he would probably fall asleep or just say that America can be defined in one word. There's a lot of China. If I was president, delegates, I would end the war in Ukraine. I would end the war in Israel in one single day. That's all I need. I have told the American press that I would be dictator. That's just not always, but for one day, delegates, we would end all conflicts. We would create world peace, delegates. In order to achieve this, please support my presidency, which crooked Joe Biden and the radical left is trying to suppress. They are suppressing the American people. They want me prosecuted, delegates. I have never committed any tax fraud, never. I have always paid my taxes. Tax fraud is not cool, delegates. Don't do it. However, they want to silence me because they want to silence you. Obviously, we think that everyone here can stand by American values such as not having abortion. That's not an American value, actually. I have heard that will cost me the election saying that, so I didn't say it. But what we're here for today is world peace and a better world. We would also like to thank Mr. PGA for doing the DJ at yesterday's TikTok Riz party. We believe it was phenomenal, delegates. The TikTok Riz party is a phenomenal event at BIMUN 2024, and we hope that we'll have it next year, unless TikTok gets banned, which we very much support. If there's anyone who thinks that TikTok shouldn't be banned and that this is a bad thing, please issue a right of reply. If you don't, stay silent, because you cannot stand up against the mighty President Trump, because we will make America great again, and we will beat crooked Joe Biden in the next election. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for the Russian Federation and for their efforts to create world peace in this entire conference, because the Russian Federation has been the only delegation advocating for true world peace and human rights, especially in the crisis councils. In the crisis councils, the Russian delegation did a phenomenal job. They advocated for solving the crisis, while where are the Americans? While the Americans tried to destroy the world with their crooked leadership. Right of reply? Anyways, thank you, delegates, for being here at this conference. Phenomenal conference. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the tech team. Thank you for the press. But this wouldn't have been possible without the participation of you, delegates. So please give a round of applause to all of yourselves and for your performance. It was phenomenal, delegates. For the foreigners, have a good travel back home. For the Hungarians, stay drunk, my friends.
Thank you, Mr. Ex-President. With that, we would like to conclude our General Assembly here today, and I thank you for participating. It was a pleasureful opportunity for, I believe, both of us to be your chairs, and see you at the closing ceremony.
And please, all delegates, be at Urania Movie Theater, where the opening ceremony was, by 3:20 sharp. So because we have to leave the venue as soon as possible, so there's a need for everybody to be on time, be there at 3:20. Thank you.
And with that, the session of the General Assembly is
dismissed.